We're gonna go here, she's not too far away.
Walking up right now.
Oh,
Wait, if you want to answer.
I'll just go ahead and read it in. So welcome to the special call meeting of the Temple City Council for Thursday, March 27, 2025. It's a little after 9. And our agenda today is to conduct the City of Temple budget retreat, including but not limited to discussion regarding the city's business plan. And first up, we have Stacy Hawk.
Brenda, you have any comments you want to make before I jump into this?
No, I
Okay.
guess just that, what I'd ask Stacy to do, here, as most of our presentations are focused on budgeting resources, I wanted also just to have some reflection on the strategic plan and, whether we, kind of refresh us on where we're at in the planning cycle and, what, feedback we need from you all regarding that, for this year.
Very good, thank you. So, take us back a little bit. I can't believe it, has been, as long as it has already with from when we started the planning process for the 2025 plan, but we started that in August of 2023. And, as council will remember, we took a different approach with the 2025 strategic plan, and we were much more intentional about making that a community-focused plan. So, we had the strategic plan working group, which was made up of a lot of community members and city staff, and we worked together to identify the city's priorities for the next 5 years. So, with that direction, we met last year and talked about, or was it last year? I guess it was last year. We met last year and had a strategic planning retreat with council, and we checked in with our focus areas and our goals. And if you'll remember, we made a few tweaks, but the biggest tweak being that we changed our public safety focus area to health and safety. And so what I'd like to do, as Brent said, is really just have a touch point on those things and kind of explain what our strategic planning process is, the overall process is going to look like. So really I think we had 3 essential goals with our 2025 planning process. One was that we really wanted to engage the community, like I said. We also wanted for you as city council members to feel like you heard the voice of the community in the development of that plan. And then again, we wanted that strategic plan to be very community focused. And I feel like we've hit the mark on all 3 of those. As a reminder for the framework of our strategic plan, that didn't change. We've pretty much stuck with this with a few tweaks since we started the 2020 plan. We have focus areas, which are that top level, which really come directly from you as city council. They're the principal component of the plan, tells us really what we're going to focus on. And we have goals, that next level down, which are sort of broad statements that define what we want to achieve or accomplish. We have commitments, that next level, which are strategies that tell us what we're going to do and demonstrate accountability and intention. And then we have initiatives and priorities, which these are the specific tactics. So if you'll remember, initiatives are like the projects that we're going to implement or the programs that we're going to develop. And then those priorities are the things that are important to us. They generally sound like continue to do something. And so we have those 2 different tactics that we use in the strategic plan. We have our 5 focus areas. We have high performing organization, communication and collaboration, places and spaces, health and safety, and smart growth. We're all pretty familiar with those. Our 9 strategic plan goals, which, as Brent said yesterday, and this is a little bit of review from yesterday, haven't changed a whole lot, but there have been a few tweaks here and there along the way. So one of the things that we established prior to starting the 2025 strategic planning process is what our cadence for strategic planning was going to look like. So every 5 years, like what we did in developing the 2025 strategic plan, we will have a more comprehensive update to our strategic plan. So we'll look at things like our focus areas, our goals and commitments, and we'll check in with you as council to make sure that those are still the things that you want us to be focusing on. And then annually, with the budget process, which is exactly what we're starting now, annually, we will have incremental updates, which gives us an opportunity to look at our initiatives and if something's changed, if there's a new opportunity, we can make sure to capitalize that on that in adding it to the plan, that kind of thing. So that's really where we're at now. So I have two sort of important questions for council. Are there any structural changes that you want to make to the plan? And are there any initiatives that you'd like to add, change, or delete? Is there anything that you've seen so far from departments that you think would be important for us to incorporate into the strategic plan? So we're really just kind of looking for a little bit of feedback, not necessarily today. I think these are things for you to think about as you're hearing these department presentations. And so, Bryn, you have anything to add?
You know, I think just that the strategic plan drives how we invest our resources. So if it's in the strategic plan, if there's an initiative that's listed in the strategic plan, then our budget process needs to incorporate the adding of any of the resources that are necessary to accomplish that initiative. So this is really the foundation of how we decide where we're recommending the money to be spent, if you will. So as you kind of reflect on over the next month or so, as you reflect on the goals and initiatives that we have, if there are just any that you feel like it's very similar with what I've asked for on the budget. Just if you feel like there's something that is that we're not doing that we need to be addressing, if there's something that we are doing that you are not sure it should remain a priority, or maybe it should be redirected or changed in some way, or you just need more information on it. We're just, this is not, unless you want it to be, this is not a year where we would do a wholesale strategic plan update, because again, like Stacey said, we were programming that out for every 5 years, which was last year. So we did a lot of work together on it last year. So this year is really just kind of checking in and saying, are we on the right track? Do we need to make any tweaks? And going from there.
A couple of years ago, we met at the Mayburn Center and went through the strategic plan just line by line.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that I really got out of that process was that we could see line by line what had been accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were also able to go through and either guide staff toward maybe a couple more, but then also I think we maybe even just deleted some that we just decided were no longer relevant.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then of course, then last year we did the overall update. Would it be possible in a workshop or sometime to go through and just see what's been, what has been done, what is, in process, et cetera? It's the strategic plan is huge, right? Line after line, document after document. And then, I know I sure don't know that by heart.
Yeah.
And I know the other council members don't. So I think that maybe a strategic plan tweak might be better done with lists in front of us.
Sure.
The document where we could actually go through, and not nearly as comprehensive we did a couple of years ago, where we literally went line by line. So just some quick updates, some highlights, and maybe some things that even staff doesn't see as relevant, as relevant anymore, or is looking for more direction.
Yeah.
I think that would probably be more beneficial than us just coming up with something.
Absolutely, I think we can absolutely do that. One thing I will say is to keep in mind as far as what's been accomplished is we're essentially 5 to 6 months into this new plan. So that may be lower on the end of accomplishments at this point, but we can absolutely sit down and look at all of the initiatives and to give you an opportunity to ask those questions. Are these still relevant and that kind of thing, or do we need tweaks?
Well, we didn't throw out the strategic plan that was in place prior to last year, right? It was added to.
Well,
We didn't totally start over.
No, what we did is we took all of the initiatives that were not going to be completed in, by the end of 2024, and we've transitioned those into the 2025 plan.
Okay.
So they're all still there, but the ones that, were everything that was completed from 2024 backwards to 2020, that's all essentially a closed plan. And I am planning, I'm a little behind on it because of with losing Christine, it's taken me a little bit longer to do it, but I am working on the performance report for 2024, which will show you all of that, what we accomplished in the 2020 strategic plan.
Maybe we go through the performance report, maybe we have a copy of the strategic plan.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, can absolutely do that.
Thank you.
All right, so I have one other citation. Okay, really quick legislative update. I'm going to be back in front of you next week at council. And at that time, I plan to have a little more thorough look at statistics about the bills that were filed. What of our issues that we identified, how many bills were filed related to our issues that we identified and that kind of thing. So that'll be a little bit more substantive, but I did want to just give a little highlight here. If you remember the last time that I was before you with an update, I talked about the lieutenant governor releasing his priorities, and I think he had released 20 at that point. Well, now he's released all 40. I'm not listing all 40 here because a lot of those really don't necessarily impact or relate to the city. There are a few updates here from the original list. So Senate Bill 2, which was the Senate's version of school choice, passed the Senate. House Bill 3 is pending in committee. And as you all know, that is being led by our representative Buckley. Senate Bill 4 to increase the homestead exemption. That passed the Senate. It has a companion in the House that has been referred to committee. Number 6 down there, Senate Bill 9, reforming bail, passed the Senate. It also has a companion that is pending in committee. So some of those things are going to begin to move pretty quickly. Senate Bill 8, which they style as a affordable housing initiative, but really Brendan spoke to you all about it, but it relates more to size, I should say size and density requirements for residential lots. It passed the Senate, and then it also has a companion in the House that's been filed. Senate Bill 19, stopping taxpayers' dollars for lobbyists, has been referred to committee. Also, a companion in the House is referred to committee. So those are just kind of hanging out there right now. And then number 11 there, Senate Bill 32, which is styled as business tax relief, but is essentially an exemption from ad valorem tax on the portion of appraised value of tangible personal property that's used for in a business. That's pending in committee, and there isn't a House companion on that one. Senate Bill 34, which is a good bill. Wildfire response has been referred to committee. There's no House companion. A couple of other little updates. The Senate passed their budget. I think the House is pretty close in passing theirs. And what I heard is that they really wanted to knock the budgets out of the way so they can get to conference committee on that before the House vote on the vouchers. Because from what I understand, if that doesn't pass, it's going to hold up everything else. The House voucher bill will hold up everything else. So they're trying to get the budget as far along as possible in case that happens. It's my understanding. Senator Flores filed Senate Bill 2885, which was great for us. That's our aquifer storage and recovery bill. And then Representative Hicklin filed House Bill 4689, which is that railway rights of way municipal annexation bill that we also wanted to have happen. So and one last update, Mayor and Bren and Councilmember Pilkington will know this well. We went to Austin on the 27th and had some, I think, really good meetings with our elected delegation and some of their staff members and staff of some other committees related to issues that are important to us. So I feel like that was some productive time spent that day.
Stacy, do you think those two, the ones that Forrest and Hickman filed for us are have a lot of checks and
A lot of what?
a real big chance of getting pushed on through? They're awful high numbers on.
They are high numbers, so I think it really depends upon if we're gonna get they gotta get them to the committee. So
They're probably gonna have to push them pretty hard.
yes, I mean, one good thing for us is Senator Flores is on the Natural Resources Committee that would go to. And then I'm not sure where the annexation bill would go. In the House.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Which could be good for us, as well, from a support perspective. And I think he has indicated that he didn't have the bandwidth to file it, but he would support it once it gets moving. So hopefully that'll be good for us that Flores is on that committee and he'll push to get that going.
If you have a bill that's in the first 70 or so, it reflects a high priority. But then
That's
in the thousands, it's not so much that bill 1001 is more likely to be heard than bill 4001. It's just, if it's a really low number, it signals a leadership priority. But after that, I don't think the numbering scheme has as much impact as, the author is on the committee that it goes before, how much of importance is it to them. There are many more factors, I think, that take precedence over the bill number. I think the bill number, again, if it's a single digit really low or double digit really low, then you just know that's a leadership priority, so that is gonna get attention, but not necessarily that I think bill numbering beyond that isn't particularly
I don't
insightful.
think came in.
Yeah, it is.
Couple of final statistics about the bill filing for this year. Just under 8,900 bills filed. Just under 2,500 are city related, so that's a lot of bills. Two that we are right now pretty following pretty closely. House Bill 1453 filed by Representative Tepper relating to certificates of obligation. Right now it's been left pending in the committee. It does some bad things for COs. It says that COs can only be issued to comply with legal mandates, respond to emergencies, or comply with a court order. It reduces the term for COs from 40 years to 30 years. And it also prevents a city from establishing a CO for failed bond projects. So you go out for a bond and it is denied by the voters. You can't come back until after 5 years for those same projects and finance them with a CO. It also lowers the petition requirement from 5% to 2% of registered voters. And so I watched the committee hearing where that was filed, and he did submit a committee substitute, which did some good things and some bad things. But one of the things when he was talking about it that I feel like is probably sort of the impetus of why he's filed this bill was this idea around a city usurping the will of the voters by, taking a failed projects where they tried to go out for a bond and the voters rejected it, and then turning around and financing them with COs. So that was a big talking point for him, as well as he said, and I haven't verified this fact, or statistic that he quoted, was that since 2015, the use of COs by cities has increased by 100%. I don't know if that's true. I haven't validated that, but those were his two main talking points. And so we'll see. It ultimately it's left pending in the committee. He withdrew the committee substitute. I think maybe he is having some more conversations. There were a lot of other people left to testify on that bill, so I'll be watching for that one to come back before committee. And then this one, which is sort of like the Death Star for COs, House Bill 19 by Meyer. does a lot of different things. So it requires, election for geo bonds or to increase the tax rate to be held in November. There's a lot of bills floating around, like this where they want to move all elections to November. It limits a local government's ability to authorize additional debt if annual debt service exceeds 20% of the average property tax collections for the previous 3 years. Adds that same 5-year blackout that I talked about where you can, if you have projects that failed the bond election, you can't come back until 5 years on COs. It shortens the maturity again, like the other one, changes the trigger for a petition from 2% to 5%. I'm sorry, from 5% to 2%. Requires a supermajority vote of the taxing unit governing body to increase the tax rate. And then it removes the eligibility for using COs to finance a lot of things: police stations, fire stations, emergency shelters, jails, juvenile detention facilities, judicial facilities, administrative office buildings, housing, government functions, animal shelters, libraries, and parks and recreation facilities. That was it. So just about almost everything. So those are two that we're watching pretty closely.
And noting on that one that it is number 19.
Yeah. That one, this bill is going to come before Ways and Means, and of course, our representative Hickland is on that committee. So I'm having lunch with her district director tomorrow, so I'm gonna have some conversations about that, hoping that I can mingle maybe for some time with Representative Hickland to express our concerns about the bill.
In general, what's the city's maturity time on COs? 30 years? 20?
Sometimes we, maybe a little bit longer, usually on an RZ bill, which is not a CO.
Yeah.
So that one is not really, that particular provision is not really super meaningful to us, except for the fact that, and this wouldn't be a CO, but say like we've had in our conversations around the needs to invest in water distribution infrastructure to bring, water from other parts of the state to Central Texas. You're talking about billions of dollars in pipeline project. The viability of financing those over, a 30-year window is difficult. So there's actually a push to have more time to pay the really large projects. Yeah, that would be a different financing mechanism, but the same kind of theory of if it's a really large project, I don't, not having the flexibility to be problematic, but I don't know. I can't think of I cannot think of an example of something that I would recommend funding through COs that I would also recommend a 40-year life. So that one doesn't bother me very much.
Should go back to something.
Yes, sir.
Like to the on Senate Bill 19, is there, I see it's been referred. Does anybody sort of have an idea of where we think it's gonna end up? The Senate seems to pass this stuff out pretty quickly.
And more easily than, yeah. That's my hope, is that it's gonna get maybe not necessarily blocked, but it'll die in the House.
Yeah. But our rep is probably for it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They author. He's an author of Senate Bill 19.
Yeah.
And I know that Representative Hickland supports the concept. I believe Representative Buckley has voted in favor of it in the past, but I don't think he has made it a platform issue like Representative Hickland has.
He's been taken on the chin though with his school choice. He may be tired of lobbyists.
Well, and that's
had a hard few weeks.
Yeah, he has. And really, again, low numbered bill. And what I've heard is that that's obviously a priority. And that priority stems from the the advocacy of lobbyists in the last session for school districts related to the vouchers. So this is sort of a reaction to that. I mean, I think from what I understand, I haven't followed this in previous legislative sessions, but from what I understand is this kind of bill is something that is filed every single session. Maybe not, with a priority number like this,
I've
but
never seen it be this low of a priority number. The first time it really became, I think, not that there had never been bills filed about it before, but when it really became kind of a feature was after the rollback rate conversation. So they were kind of responding to cities and counties participation in that conversation. And actually, it's kind of interesting because for several years after that, these types of bills would be filed, but would only affect cities and counties that would allow school districts to continue.
Yeah.
And so now the focus is in the opposite, not in the opposite direction, in that it still catches us up. It not only are they they're the inspiration.
Go ahead, one more.
yes, sir.
Council, anything or any more comments from staff?
Stacy, do you know, or could you find out for next week's presentation to council? If the budget includes additional funding for the disabled veterans property
Yes,
tax exemption,
I will.
make whole funding?
I haven't looked at that, but I
And
will.
what the status of the comptroller's exceptional request is?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think that would be good for us to know.
Stacy?
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Hey, Chief.
Good morning.
Morning.
Buckle up. I'd like to begin by first just saying thank you to city staff, you all, for the opportunity to present for you this morning. Just following up on a legislative item, I did find out that yesterday the Senate added $28 million on a floor vote to the budget to go to Terrell State Hospital, which we believe that's their intent to house CWAP juveniles there versus in our local cities and municipalities. We don't know that for sure yet, but that was added, so that was a good thing. Thank you to Tracy's, I'm sorry, Terrell, yeah, Terrell.
Thank you.
Terrell State Hospital. We've got to follow up with the legislator just to determine what their intent is. And then if you could all add a prayer to Terrell, the city of Terrell, because they're going to need it.
CWAP is Children Without Placement, which is the
House.
the
Stratford.
house, yeah.
Stratford House. Thank you to Tracy staff, city manager's office, all of you being present. You've invested heavily in the police department over the past few years. I'm going to show you kind of a return on your investment towards the end of this, but we'll dive right in. So this is the plan, a vision, a place you love to call home, the mission of the city, exceptional service without exception, core values, commitment, integrity, collaboration, innovation, and accountability. We're currently working on a new evaluation system within the police department, and those 5 core values will be the first page that we score on our evaluation system. Our mission statement: protecting, serving, and working in partnership with our community to prevent, reduce, and solve crime with integrity, honor, and dedication. That's where we start with these budget requests. For any budget request that comes in, they've got to explain how it makes us better, how it meets the mission statement, and how it's going to improve performance or efficiency. So if it doesn't do those things, it doesn't make the budget presentation. So we try and use that for almost everything. It's posted all around the police department. Just to remind everybody, there should never be a day that a police officer comes to work and goes, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. because it's right there. So for me, what makes sense to me is try to align our budget requests with things that are in the budget plan, the strategic plan. This one falls under a high-performing organization and an organization committed to performance excellence, pursue innovation and continuing improvement to drive performance metrics. Our crime scene investigators, those positions within the police department are still fairly young, but we'd like to request a line item for $15,000 annually. This would serve to get them fully accredited through the IAI, which is one of the longest standing crime scene investigators. It's an international group. And what it allows us to do is this covers their membership dues, training and travel, publications, reference materials, and they are rigorously tested on understanding the forensic science behind all the different protocols and procedures that they have. We are a accredited agency through TPCA. We are going to seek CALIA accreditation at some point in time. But this is something kind of new. They did the research on this. They presented it to me. It's a lengthy assignment, and there are multiple years involved in this accreditation. How does that help us as an organization? Well, it helps them be able to testify better, helps them learn new procedures, new policy, follow best practices. We believe it's a good investment. We'd like to see that come to fruition.
Chief, does that cover every employee or?
That'll cover all of our crime scene investigators. Yes, ma'am. A high-performing organization continue to invest in the resources necessary to ensure the strategic use of technology in support of performance excellence. So I know none of you council members ever hear of any traffic concerns that then get relayed to me or Don or somebody. This is a way for us to kind of catch up on this. Urban SDK is a software program that uses current telemetric data. It's all de-identified data that's captured in the geosphere. And you can sit down at so when you get a call and somebody says in the 900 block of East, whatever, we've got just street racers all day long and night. We can actually just sit down at a computer terminal. We can set the parameters of a week or a month or a year to really determine if there's an issue. The way it works now is we have to take a trailer or one of those, a telemetric device attached to a pole. We watch it for a week. We determine if it meets the 85th percentile, if we truly have an issue or not, and then we circle back with them. Well, I can tell you I have 50 on my list. It takes me a week at a time to do that. We will never get caught up as a city. This would allow us to do it in a matter of minutes. There's a time savings, there's a staff time savings, there's an efficiency standpoint for both Public Works, and this is really a partnership with Public Works and the police, because I think for the most part, we field most of those concerns or calls.
That's the one that comes off of the, like, people's phones.
Phones, car data. We tested it with a week of a trailer, and using their programming, they were right in line with each other. So it's very efficient. We'd like to accelerate the fiscal year, what's currently in the fiscal year 27 NIBIN lease. We waste a lot of time with cartridges and shell casings and firing guns, driving them back and forth to Waco all the time. We'd just like to have that ability to do it in-house. Not only would it save time, but it's just much more efficient. Bosch CDR cables. So if you're familiar with your vehicles, your vehicle has an internal computer. If it's in a significant crash, we can't get to the point of connection inside the cab. Most of the time this occurs on major crashes or fatality crashes. So we have to go through the engine compartment. The engine compartment, again, has another port that we can come into. It tells us essentially about the last 15 seconds of the motor vehicle's operation. Was it braking? Was it steering? Was it accelerating? It gives us information that helps in those investigations. To buy the entire Bosch CDR set is about $60,000. Now we get some really cool cables with it. We get like Maserati and Porsche because every manufacturer has a different cable. All we're asking for is just give us $2,000 per year. We'll buy the cables that we need at the time. We don't need the full $60,000. And then for that system, it's been a while since the actual CPU for that system has been upgraded. We need to upgrade it. Now there's still, even though we may add Urban SDK, there's still a good usage for driver feedback signs, et cetera. Think about the disaster that we had. We could have used some extra trailer signs for 4th of July, for New Year's Eve, for special operations. The driver feedback message trailer that we've got currently requested is $19,718, but it integrates with our current Flock LPR and camera system. So there's some benefit to that. We're asking for some additional drones. Our drones are coming up to the end of their life cycle, so we're going to try and start phasing those in. We're requesting a new Matrice and 2 Avatas. We use those all the time. If you've seen some of our press releases, when we're using a drone, I'm going to put it in the press release because I want people to be informed. We've solved a recent robbery minutes after it happened by use of the drone. It's just incredibly beneficial to have an air asset, and we need more of them. We're asking in 27 for some additional UAS systems. All right. Archer barricades. So a high-performance organization committed to the use of technology to improve service and protect mission-critical infrastructure. And I may not have the right category for that, but we host a lot of events. And if you followed and tracked what happened in New Orleans on Bourbon Street, they had a driver that was able to crash through just your standard Type 3 barricade and killed a lot of people and injured a lot of people. New Orleans at the time had 500 Archer barricades that they could have deployed that would have prevented that. The chief didn't know, at least that's what she told the media, that they had those barricades. And they had just recently begun construction on those in-ground barricades that rise and fall, but that was not able to be completed before that event. The Archer barricades are very expensive. So we analyzed the largest event that we host, which is the Christmas parade. We went and looked at every open space. And by our estimation, we need about 820 barricades at a cost of about $17 million. Now, I know that's not a realistic one-year request because we don't even know the logistics of where we would store, house, and hold these things. But I did want to begin the conversation of how we target harden some of our soft target events that we currently host in town. Through Chief Randalls and Jennifer Henniger, we recently submitted for a grant to get 8 of these. I believe that's about $56,000. So we'll at least be able to try them. We're looking at the footprint of other events to determine what we would need and how to make that happen. So there is not a specific request for $17 million, but it is an opportunity for us to have the conversation of how we protect these events. If you look at even the downtown First Friday events, those are blocked off by a Type 3 barricade. And I'm not necessarily just considering the terrorist event, which is what perhaps occurred in New Orleans. This is for the driver that just gets confused, the elderly driver, somebody who's intoxicated just driving through. So changing gears for the animal shelter, they really need their own vehicle. They've requested, it's not an SUV anymore, they just request a van, probably about the same amount of cost, $40,000. This would be used to transport vehicles to or animals to other rescue organizations, etc., to pick up things. They just really need a shelter use vehicle. Animal control continuing. So we were able to do a lot of things early. We got some additional staffing early, but they still don't have the capacity. They clean from 8 to 10, which now requires even the animal control officers to participate in the cleaning of those shelters. The shelter continues to be under attack from some outside entities. That has not gone away or stopped. So they're requesting that we accelerate 2 shelter technicians. One of those would be just a person who makes calls to rescues each and every day to try and, again, to keep animals moving in and out of the organization. Requesting to accelerate an ACO from 27 to 26. This includes a vehicle. Requesting some additional funding for microchipping. We have begun microchipping animals that owners want that adopt from the shelter. And then we'd like to add some puppy and kitten vaccinations to the shelter. That's actually recommended that we do that. It's a fairly low cost there.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
how much does the influence of those outside people, how much is that driving your need for 2 technicians?
That's really, and that's because of the size of the facility and cleaning. It takes about 15 minutes to clean every kennel.
Yeah.
And so that's an all hands on deck approach.
Okay, so what's the, help me understand, when you mentioned these outside, and I know who you're talking about.
Yep.
What impact are they having on the animal shelter? You said that maybe there's a need for someone to make more phone calls to move animals more quickly.
Yeah.
Is that, because of overcrowding, or is that because of politics and optics
Both.
to?
We're full most of the time.
Huh?
We're full most of the time or over full.
So so where does the city of Temple Shopping Center compare as far as number of animals, et cetera? You know, to whatever it can be compared to, nationally or I don't know, it seems, if we're behind, right? If we're not performing, the way that, they should be performing, that's one thing. If it's a reaction to outside people, that's another.
Yeah, so it's hard to do a side by side comparison because every animal shelter or organization that does this has different policies and procedures. So we're traditionally not a limited intake shelter, but others are. They'll only take so many animals per month.
Yeah.
We generally are not. Now, we have had to utilize that at some points in time, but it's not consistent from a policy perspective. We don't want to be a limited intake shelter because we know if somebody brings somebody, if we don't have a place to refer them to, we know they're just going to release them. And we're going to deal with the same issue out on staff. Do I think there are things that we can do better? I do. I do think we can be on the phone more, but they don't have the current time to be on the phone calling rescue organizations because they're busy handling the business of the shelter or cleaning the kennels. So it's a bit of both. But I do think there are some things that we can improve on with the animal shelter.
These staffing requests have been part of our plan for many years now, as just making sure that we have the staffing necessary to keep up with the growth and so this isn't something that's, Chief is asking for it to happen sooner than what was in our plan. But it is something that we have planned since we planned the expansion as a need for this level of staffing to support that size of the facility.
Let me ask you this. How many of you are on any of the social media sites? How many times a day do you get, hey, just saw this dog running loose? It's relentless. It's constant. There is a true need for additional animal services staffing. But we also have a community education that we need to encompass as well. Don't just dump your pets on the side of the road or let them out of the gate. Fix the gate so that they don't escape every other day. But I think with our growth, a 30% growth in the past 5 years, this doesn't surprise me that we're needing these additional staffing. What else, Mayor?
If it's needed, that's great.
Yeah.
If it's reactionary to some wackos, that's different.
Yeah, it's not. We need it.
Right.
Anything else? The co-responder. So just to back up, when I got here in 2020, one of the first meetings I established was with CCS, Central County Services. We began working on an interlocal agreement for a co-responder to be embedded within the Temple Police Department. This is a qualified mental health provider that once the scene is safe, goes out on scenes with us when we're dealing with somebody that suffers from substance use disorder, severe and persistent mental health issues, those types of things. We entered into an interlocal agreement. They funded it the entire time under ARPA funds. They let me know right before our last budget meeting with the city manager's office and finance that ARPA funding is coming due August 31st, 2025. They requested either an in-kind or just supplemental to be able to continue this. Since we started the co-responder, Colleen now has a co-responder as well. But they don't currently have the funding for this. We had 2 grants we were evaluating that have since come off the board with the election and the turnover in executive staff. So we don't have that availability. When I initially started, it's $28,000. We're actually requesting $30,000 to fund this partially. That allows us to continue this program that has been very, very beneficial for us. A licensed qualified mental health provider can open doors for us in facilities that we can't get opened. There are beds that CCS is currently paying for that we can't get opened unless we have somebody with CCS or MHMR as a part of the process. I see this as one of our most vital requests, and would ask you to consider it.
They go out with, you say they're co-responders that go out with your officers and.
Once the
That
scene,
part of it been very helpful too.
it's so beneficial. I couldn't even explain to you. Not only is there an educational component, they can share information to educate law enforcement on what they are seeing and dealing with. They just can provide a litany of different resources that we can't always know about, keep in mind. And it goes hand in hand with what we're doing with the diversion center as well.
How many hours a day do you have to go responder?
8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 currently,
Monday through, what time during the day?
8 to 5.
Okay. Is that when it's needed most?
It's the hours that we were offered, so we took it. There is a need to probably expand that into the early evening hours as well.
Does central counties have staff to do that if funding was available?
They do. And they'll post for it. That's how we got the one we currently have, who's leaving in May. We just received that information. They're moving out of the area. We're on our second co-responder that we've had. Both of them moved for other opportunities. So we're in the need of, for CCS, they have to repost for this position, go through their hiring process for this. Still has to meet the rigorous requirements that we have to be actually physically embedded in the police department. Talented and dedicated employees who have a heart for service. So as part of our exercise this year, we went through and looked at all the next multiple years. And these are kind of the rankings that they came out with. So we're requesting that we fund the 5 overhires that are unfunded currently for 26. The reason why I want to do that is it helps us be more efficient and effective in hiring. I just don't want to go through another time period where we're 30, 35, 36 officers down. I want to be in front of that and have the ability when we know that a change is coming to have the ability to bring folks on to get them in the cycle of training immediately. That'll help us reduce that gap in hiring, which is approximately 6 months. And then, of course, we'd like to order the vehicles as quickly as we can. Accelerate our facility maintenance staff. We currently have 1 facility maintenance staff. He is occupied most of the time battling our heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. We are currently working on that. But we've opened up a new facility out at Fire Station 8, and then in 27, we're going to open up the second phase of that. We really need an additional facility maintenance staff for that. As part of that, our training officers, which are currently slated in 28, even though we have new training facilities opening in 25 and 27, we'd like to accelerate that. Plans to replace a reclassified corporal position that's coming to you next Thursday. We'd like to accelerate our program coordinator. That's a grant-focused position. I think there are grant opportunities that we just miss out on because we don't have the staffing capacity in order to do the required paperwork, submit those and complete those. As part of our role to get to 10-hour shifts, we're asking to reclassify actually 4 sergeants positions, convert 2 to lieutenants positions added to patrol. I'd love to get 3. There are 2 other sergeants slated for 29 that can be deleted as well. There are many times throughout the day, and we're a busy enough agency, we're 103,000 population, that we don't have mid-level managerial staff, just due to the staffing availability that we have. So this would help out with that quite a bit. Would like to accelerate 5 police officers from 28. Would like to get them in 27 if possible. However, if we get the 5 overhires, the system can still function and we'll still be at an advantage for that. And then I won't run through the rest of it. They're just future year positions.
On number two, is that not part of Melinda's people? That's actually in your budget?
Yeah. Yep, and they're busy, he is busy every day. And so we feel the need to have our own and to have an additional staff person.
Right, that's what Belinda was briefing on yesterday, that police, water treatment and airport currently have standalone maintenance departments. And while they provide some level of service, they're still relying pretty extensively on facility services, because they're not necessarily doing comprehensive work of building maintenance. So we probably need to look at how we're managing that. What we can, add or tweak to make that better.
Like to add an 80-hour homicide school, which potentially we could actually host here in Temple and offset some of these costs, but right now it's estimated $12,000 per year. We were given the opportunity, we actually won in one of our conferences, we won an 80-hour homicide school. It's conducted by the University of Louisville under the Southern Police Institute, which you may recall that name. It's one of the two elite command executive colleges in the United States. One's the FBI National Academy, the second is SPI. Police executive training. They also offer this school. So we sent our detective out there. One of our homicide detectives said it was absolutely one of the best homicide schools that he went to. We'd like to either have the ability to send folks to that or bring it and host it in-house. We need some additional training for our unmanned aerial system operators. Right now, they currently are flying a multitude of variable unmanned aerial systems. That's going to continue to come around. And so we just need some training dollars for that. Some requests, making safety a priority to ensure employees go home safe every day. SWAT pole cameras, we currently don't have any. This team serves the most high risk efforts that we undertake. And many times we've got to sweep an attic, crawl space, etc. And the current way we have to do that is somebody's got to stick their head up there. We'd like to have a camera so that we don't have to put their melon up there. SWAT armored vehicle paint and lighting upgrade. That's a 2008 Lenco that we'd like to keep in service even after we make a purchase for a new SWAT armored vehicle. However, it's in need of some upgrades to paint. It's oxidizing, it's got some rust problems. Recently on an event, the PA wasn't loud enough, so we had to call a patrol vehicle up to use their PA because it was louder. Obviously, the patrol car does not have near the protection, so we'd like to upgrade that. SWAT rifle suppressors, we'd like to add those for a number of reasons. One, for hearing protection for the operators of those. Two, so that folks can't kind of acoustically locate where those SWAT snipers are. An underdoor camera, it's exactly what it says there. And then for the larger patrol division and everyone who currently has a rifle, we'd like to upgrade the lights on that. Current lighting system offers about 100 lumens. We want to enhance that to 1,000. In a dark environment, 100 lumens isn't going to get you very far. So we'd like to upgrade those rifle lights. A few line item adjustments. These are major items. We need to increase our overtime funding by a minimum of $500,000. You've heard me talk about a boat a number of times. So we need a boat. There are many times when I respond out to these critical incidents, events, and I'll just give you a snippet of the story. There's nothing worse than standing with a family member who believes their family member is in the water and we don't have the ability or a resource to bring a boat to bear. Much of the lake is ours. We have jurisdiction there. So I'll paint this picture for you. It's a potential suicide call. We arrive on it, we locate the vehicle. Person's nowhere to be found. We start walking the area along the shoreline. I notice a small, I guess I would say a mini camp. And you see pills that have fallen all the way to the edge. And so I just lock in. on that spot in the lake because I know that's where the person is. And I start trying to call for a boat. Fish and Wildlife doesn't know where theirs is. Morgan's Point, and they're unable to respond for a while. So I end up calling Detective Keith Mueller and Chief Randalls, said, I need your bass boats. So they come and respond. And most times they're the ones that find them because it's the technology in the boat, the live sand and the side scan sonar that we're able to identify where these locations are. This all the while I'm trying to regulate 3 kids of the person who's in the lake. We need a boat. And the current funding that we submitted years ago is not going to be sufficient. We need to add probably at least 120 to 150,000. And then ammunition
You need to add that much?
to what was currently,
So what's the cost?
it's probably $300,000 to $400,000.
Wow.
And this boat isn't just designed for the PD, it's designed for the PD and fire department to work together. It'll have at least some capabilities to put a little bit of water on some red stuff if we need to, depending on how we design the boat. You can put all-terrain vehicles on it, etc. But we don't proactively patrol out there. So it is not surprising to me that we continue to have 3 to 6 drownings every year. We probably have operators under the influence, and these are things that we could proactively be involved in.
What's the jurisdictional differences between, say, Texas Park, like a game warden on the lake versus TPD on the lake?
We just have to update our ordinances, make sure we've got everything covered.
But there's nothing that a game warden could not do, right? You're coming across a drunk boater or something like that. I mean, it wouldn't have to be like out in open water versus a shoreline. I mean,
I don't believe so.
yeah.
And then ammunition, as you've heard, everything's increasing. We need to increase that a little bit. The future is here. All right. I apologize for that. We'll skip this and come back if we can.
Yeah.
So as you all know, we did a soft launch of kind of a review system for our folks. It has not changed much over time. On this slide, Based on your interaction, how do you view the Temple Police Department? 89% view us positively or very positively, 6% neutral, 2% negatively, and 1% negatively. This is as of March 24th, 2025. 92% positive view, 97% felt they were treated with respect, 95% felt they were treated fairly, 96% felt they were listened to, 94% understood what they were told. I wanted to hit some highlights based on the work that you have all done over the years with us. For last year, officer-involved fleet accidents were down 7%. Use of force reports were down 25%. Total arrests were up 11%. Workers' compensation claims were down 24%. Self-initiated activity was up 27%. Total citations were up 42%. Aggravated assaults were down 10%. Robbery was down 29%. Animal shelter adoption, dogs were up 41%. Cats were up 42%. Case clearances went up 84%. Cases presented to the prosecutor went up 132%. Cases accepted went up by 554%.
That only after the elections.
It's held so far.
In the country to have a baby.
It's a really cool video. You just have to take my word for it. While we tweak it a little bit, I'll tell you a little bit about it. So what's up and coming in law enforcement is what's called drone as a first responder, and it's locations of drones in really identified locations around the city that when we get a certain call type, the drone can be launched. It requires some additional FAA certifications. It's currently being used in Pearland, Texas, and Houston, Texas. And essentially, it's a self-contained location. And depending on which service provider or vendor you work with, you can fly those drones. You do not have to be within line of sight. Our operators could be in a real-time crime center or at their desk and fly the drone. They arrive generally approximately 60 times quicker than a traditional vehicle, and law enforcement officer has to drive to a location. They can also fly back. They're self-charging. There's some that will actually swap the batteries out for you via robotics so that you can put them back up into the air almost immediately. So
Take special training to be able to run out of line of sight.
it does. We currently have 12 operators. We're adding an additional one. They're all Part 107 certified. So this will do a much better job than I did explaining it.
Out of Houston, Texas. Pearland is the first drone as first responder agency in the country to have a BB loss waiver.
PFR has increased the efficiency and effectiveness of our overall public safety goals. generally we get called, someone's having a pretty bad day. So if they're already having a bad day, I want to be the best part of that day. It's knowing that somebody needed help and I was able to provide that.
The need to rethink law enforcement has become apparent. When every second counts, an innovative solution is needed. Public safety is constantly being redefined by technology. With the introduction of drones, agencies found a means to enhance their situational awareness without compromising the safety of their officers and civilians.
Drones are available almost 24/7 if we need them. The instances of the drone usage increased, then that changed my mind and got me thinking, hey, we're actually using data and they're working, helping us help the community. The biggest advantages that our DFR program brings to our agency and the public is that we can provide real-time information and allocate resources before responders ever make it on scene. We can let them know what's going on, where it's happening, and what they're going to need to tackle the problem.
Pearland PD is embracing the future and shaping how DFR operations will look and operate in the near future by using technologies like the DJI dock, integrations with real-time crime centers, and various airspace detection systems.
We're showing that we're arriving on scene first about 55% of the time. So over half the time when a call comes out, our drone's going to get there first. We provide additional information and a different vantage point to the responding officers.
Meanwhile, over 200 miles away in the heart of Texas, San Antonio PD paves the way for the next generation of drone as first responder as the largest metro city in the U.S. using this program.
Being able to save a life through this program, being a police officer, is probably one of the most rewarding things that I've ever experienced. There's really no words to describe what it feels like when you make a difference that actually saves a life.
SAPD exemplifies the joint relationship between drones and manned aviation assets, working in harmony for optimal operations.
The biggest advantage to having the DFR program here in San Antonio is the ability to get rapid, real-time data and information sent back to the officers, sent back to dispatch of the situation that's going on prior to the officer's arrival.
DroneSense has been instrumental in getting San Antonio PD's DFR program to this point and serves as the hub of their DFR operations using OpsHub.
We really feel like the DroneSense Remote is more of an operational hub that not only allows us to integrate our manned and unmanned resources, but also allows us to integrate other leading technologies like counter UAS, drone and aircraft detection systems, real-time crime center.
The DroneSense is great because they can implement and tie in all of these evolving and ever-changing technologies into DroneSense itself. That allows us to remotely fly these drones.
We feel like the DroneSense is a vehicle or platform to take us into the future with our DFR program.
Reach out to us with Pearland, San Antonio PD. We're all on board with the DFR program because we believe this is the future of policing and it's effective.
Got the double sonic smasher, got half price for the app. Live pretty exciting. Live pretty.
Advertising to be Sonic. Okay, Sonic, I'm already a customer.
Video with the officers in the field, is that?
Yeah, I've actually watched some of our drone operations from my living room couch on my phone. They send me a link and I can monitor the situation. I think in the future, as this gets more built out, there is perhaps a cost savings from a staffing perspective. I say that with a little bit of trepidation, just because I don't know how that's going to fully vet out. But I can tell you on many of these situations, having that visual acuity, that oversight from up above, having thermal imaging, the FLIR capabilities that we have, it enhances our officers' safety on those scenes. We worked really well with the fire department. One of our last major incidents, they were actually able to get in flight before we were. So they took one part of the block and we took the other part of the block. And again, successfully resolved that without any officers or firefighters being injured. That's it, but I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have.
So those drones are whenever you said, what, 60 times faster, I thought, you know, how in the world does that work? But obviously, they're then stationed throughout the city.
Yes.
We're sort of like, it showed that one in the vacant lot. I probably wouldn't do that. Where typically is it recommended that something like that be, that the station be placed on top of a
Yeah.
building somewhere?
You can do it on the top of any place you have a flat surface.
Okay,
So any place on a flat, we've looked at 4 locations currently.
Yeah.
2 kind of in the north quadrant, 1 towards the south and 1 in the west. And we based that on calls for service load.
right,
So we dumped in all of our data and it said, you know, if you wanted to save time, save response time and get to these where you have the majority of your calls, this is where you ought to consider. Now, we'll certainly work with the vendors as well because they sometimes have a different perspective. They're like,
yeah.
yeah, I know it meets this, but you might want to put it here because then you would extend your ability to go further west or further east.
Which one of those costs?
Depends on what you want it to do.
You get a couple of arch barricades with it?
You could get a few. Yeah. So the cost variance differs. One of the early vendors we were looking at to get 3 of those systems, probably about $1 million.
Yeah.
But there are others that are cheaper than that. Again, you're probably going to get less bells and whistles with it. So we're currently analyzing it. But I wanted you to get a taste of. We use these constantly, almost on a daily basis. We're flying a drone sometime during a 24-hour period. On average, I think when we looked at it last year, it was about 11 times a year. As they become, it's almost on every call where you hear they're calling for a drone to be missing persons, crimes that have just occurred, suspects that have fled the location. We're using these a lot, and I think it's only going to continue.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, well, hey, good morning, everybody. Just to touch on a couple of Chief Reynolds's areas that kind of overlap into ours that are not necessarily in my slides, but definitely would benefit both of us. Obviously, the boat is one of those issues. Just so you know, some of the electronics, and I always kind of joke about this, don't tell my wife what I've actually spent, but I've got about $30,000, $25,000 worth of electronics on my boat. Yes, I know it's just for fishing, but that's what makes it possible for us to find this. Yeah, so yeah, she thinks about 10, so just remember. But
the internet at this moment.
oh, okay, awesome. So yeah, so to be, I guess also, she actually just upgraded some of my electronics for Christmas this year. So she's partially responsible for it. So she actually knows what one of them costs. But anyway, that is another big part of the cost of that boat. The boats are expensive. I mean, let's face facts. They say the acronym for boat is bust out another 1,000. And boats are expensive, but again, it's one of those where when we need it, and it's vital that it's there quick and has the capabilities that we need. And so the electronics is a big part of it, as well as some of the other functions in the boats that we're looking for. And then the drones, Chief Reynolds, 100% right. We use in the fire department, we use those not quite on a daily basis, but every major incident, whether it's a motor vehicle accident, a structure fire, a grass fire, we have our drones up flying continuously. They really help us with making sure that we're getting the fire out, especially with the infrared cameras that are on them. We had a fire up north that was a grass fire that turned into a structure fire. We were able to actually get the drone up flying and found another fire in another outbuilding that was starting, and we were able to get over there before it actually got involved and stuff. So again, these drones are becoming a vital part of our day in, day out interaction with the community in protecting them. And it's really, if you had told me 10 years ago that we'd be using drones like this, I'd have kind of laughed at you, but they are a vital part of our daily response. So again, those are 2 big areas that it's expensive and it takes a lot, but they are they are definitely worth the investment. And one of the places we've kind of talked about is as we build new fire stations or as we have stations around, obviously we're throughout the city with buildings. It's a great place to put them and have them capable of getting out from those stations. So, all right. So I just want to talk a little bit about the organization. So we're currently at 136 authorized. Right now we are down 4. Actually, as I was leaving the station this morning, interviews for those folks are taking place right now. And so hopefully in May, we'll have all of those folks on board and in school. We are doing something really unique that we are partnering with Killeen and their fire academy. And basically we run offsetting academies. So like we started ours in March and Killeen is starting one later in May. And so we actually exchange firefighters back and forth. So they will send some of theirs to our school. And we are going to send some of ours to their school so that we can keep that flow of firefighters for both of us going. We also offer that opportunity to other departments, and we've trained firefighters for Belton, Killeen, Waco, and I can't remember, we've got one other city, I don't remember who they are right off the top of my head, that have sent firefighters to us in addition to ours, or just people in the public that want to become a firefighter and want to go get their training to start with. So again, really a great thing. And we really appreciate the additional staff that we just recently got. It's going to really help us a lot. All of those folks are in school right now. And so again, very appreciative. So wanted to look a little bit at our 2025 projects that we're currently in the middle of. I am not going to read all of these out to you, but again, we've got several things that are in the works or have been completed that are really going well for us. A couple of them I want to kind of talk about is the replacement fire engines. That's always replacement vehicles are always a topic of discussion these days, especially how long it takes to get them. We just went on a pre-build construction conference on our FY23 budget. So the one we actually bought in FY23, we will probably get later this year. So again, 2 to 3 year lead time is what we're looking at. Now, I did just get some really great news about 3 weeks ago. Another city that had pre-purchased, kind of like what we're doing on our apparatus, backed out of that contract. So they opened their spot. So they are moving our FY24 engine up to their spot. So we'll get it a lot quicker. And then of course we've got engines out there for FY25 and 26 already, what we call intent to purchase. Basically we have told them that, hey, we're going to buy this truck from you in this year and we will pay you or give you a purchase order in this year, and they accept that and get us a spot in line. And so that program's been really helpful. We have been using that pretty continuously for the last several years. And it lets us actually plan out a lot of our purchases and, like I say, get in line and get them in a timely fashion. Where if we were waiting, that clock wouldn't start until the day we put out that purchase order. So again, it's a great program. Appreciate that. Everybody letting us participate in that. Our tanker apparatus, we're hoping to get it later this August or September. So that should be coming very shortly. Of course, the driving pad, trailer storage, draft pit, and the simunition building all completed, and it turned out fantastic. And we're really thrilled with that opportunity. As a matter of fact, police and fire have already used all of those facilities on numerous occasions already. So it's already showing the benefit for training of our staff. And then we had our kickoff design meeting for the design of Fire Station 7 just this Tuesday, and we're really hitting that hard and fast to get that building designed and get it available for building. For FY26, some of the things that are already approved in the budget, just kind of looking down through them, that 2nd Battalion Chief and Driver position with the vehicle, the squad crew for Fire Station 4, Fleet Services vehicle, and then the person's not there, but the vehicle was, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. But again, the replacement engine, which again, we've already intent to purchase. So it's out there. And then just some other standard replacements. And then the design of Fire Station 9 is out there. Some of the items that's already approved for 27, continuing to add on to the training facility and add capabilities out there. Some aircraft burn props are in the request or in the budget. We actually got a visit from a couple of airport fire stations or fire departments in the last couple of weeks. They've heard what we've done out there with our flammable liquids pit. They came to look at it, and they're going to be duplicating that. They were actually quite impressed with it, and so they're going to be duplicating that effort. And so again, we're kind of leading the way with some of these training opportunities, and it's really great to have that here in Temple, where our folks don't have to travel. They can do it, just run down the block from the airport and take place or go to that training anytime they need to. The exterior stairway on the training tower, again, that's another training opportunity that's going to benefit both fire and PD. It'll be great for our crews to be able to train on that. And then, like I said, I'm not going to talk about all of those. The ladder truck for Fire Station 9 is in there. That is a $2 million, and that intent to purchase was already issued last year. And that is a 4-year. It's 48 to 52 months to get that truck. 1.4. So yeah, everything is going up. So some new staff requests. So replacement of the Excursion. Yes, it's still hanging around. It's and it's still going, but it is 23 years old this year. And we need to replace that. Right now, we use it for a tow vehicle and a vehicle to transport personnel. And we need to replace that and get something that's a little bit better suited for that. A skid steer or a tractor. And actually, we had a meeting with Fleet about a week or so ago, talked about this vehicle a little bit, and they've suggested another one. And I've got actually a slide on that I'll show you here in a minute. Got some other slides, especially slides on these. So I don't want to, I don't want to go over all of these or we'll be here all afternoon. But got several different new items in there, including the engine for Fire Station 10, another replacement engine, and then also funding for construction of Fire Station 10. And that's the one that's going to be right around the area 31st and 93. So one of the ones I want to really draw out and talk about that's a real high priority for us is the Fire Fleet Services Coordinator. This person would take the responsibilities of making sure that our vehicles are well maintained and repaired from our Assistant Chief of Operations. That's Kirby Bush. Right now, he is taking care of that, and that occupies about 50 to 60% of his week. It is a very intense process. We have a lot of repairs and a lot of maintenance that has to get done to our vehicles. And again, it's eating up at his time that he should be out spending with the crews and managing the crews, making sure they're getting the training and the tasks done that they need to get done. But instead of being able to do that, he's out actually trying to take care of getting trucks to places that they need to go to get repaired or maintenance done on them. We were behind quite a bit, and we've caught up. Even since this slide, we've caught up quite a bit. When I did this slide back for, I think it was the department head meeting, we had 148 open work orders. We are down a little bit on that, but that's how many work orders we have a lot of the time. 4 of our apparatus at that point were over their annual or their routine maintenance guidelines. And that the averages for our trucks were anywhere from about 1,500 miles over the recommended to 10,000 miles over. And again, that's something that just because of the sheer volume, it's tough to keep up with. And so I am happy to report that we have all of our apparatus within their current maintenance window now. So that was a good thing to get caught up. And then we've got several of our vehicles that are out of their annual registrations, and some by a couple of years. And so we're trying to get those, we're starting to work on those and get those caught up right now. So again, this person would take care of all of those different types of activities and make sure that everything is up to date and taken care of. We are going to spend a ton of money in maintenance and repairs this year. And really one of the things we've got to get started in the fire department to drive those costs back down to where they were back several years ago is we've got to start doing routine maintenance. We really have been lax in our routine maintenance and our annual maintenance on these apparatus. And you are seeing that cost in our repairs that we're having to do. Because the maintenance isn't getting done, the repairs typically end up being more severe and take longer to get repaired. And so again, this is one of those positions that's a high priority for us. A TIFMA style squad apparatus. So we do TIFMA deployments, which is the Texas Interstate Fire Mutual Aid System. And so when they have the large brush fires like the one last year, that was about 1.3 million acres up in the Panhandle. We had a truck and a crew up there at that. We also have went out to West Texas. We went down to Bastrop. We've went to several different areas around the state with the mutual aid system. It's really been fantastic for our folks in getting training and experience in the wildland fires. And I think that's why when they come back, they are so efficient at getting our fires knocked down, is because we've had this training in these larger fires and the actual live fire experience. We are looking for a vehicle that we can get that would be dedicated for those deployments, but would also serve as a reserve squad or an additional brush truck for when we have large events here in town. If I remember, it's the Killeen and the Belton fires that they just had that burnt some buildings and stuff. They both started out as grass fires. Ended up Killeen burnt, an apartment complex, several warehouses, and then Belton, I think, had 3 houses, 2 that were destroyed and 1 that was pretty heavily damaged, all from grass fires. This truck would help with that for sure. Right now we've got 3 vehicles that are dual role, 2 squads, and then 1 brush truck that is specifically for brush firefighting. We actually need a couple of more. And so we do have 1 on order that's coming. And then we also would like to add an additional 1 to that. So when we do have these red flag days or these large fire days, we can have an extra truck in order to be able to respond out and fight those fires. Also gives us a lot of good redundancy and backup for when other trucks are down getting maintenance or repairs. So again, the training tower and some of the burn props and the confined space prop. This is just some of the pictures of what we'd be looking at. Obviously, the airport props are up there, kind of what we'd be looking at. A simulator, that's actually supposed to be like a Black Hawk helicopter, the one over here. And then a smaller plane, and then a wheel and an engine fire simulator. We'd be looking at having, again, those out at the training center for the airport staff or for our staff to practice on. The confined space prop is right here. We will be building this. We did get some of the concrete pipe and stuff from Meta at no charge, and we're going to start building on that here in the next few weeks. But we need to be able to build the platform like you see over here above it, and that's what this cost is for.
Need some more pipe?
No, I think we've got a ton. So we've got an awful lot. So we're gonna our confined space prop will actually probably be quite a bit bigger than this one once we get it built out. But we're gonna build it several different sizes. So we've got some 4-foot pipes, some 5, 6, and then we've got a couple of different bolt styles and stuff. So I think we're gonna have a really good prop. I think the other thing that's gonna be really beneficial on this one, besides training the firefighters, Public Works will be able to use it for training their folks. And then I think some of our local industry, they've already started voicing some interest in coming out and using some of our props. So I think we're really turning our training center into a regional asset that's going to be huge, not only for public safety, but also for our industry that's coming to town.
The manholes
Mhm.
up there, are you gonna have any deeper ones?
Yeah, so we've got some that we're planning on stacking up quite a bit. And so that's why we want to build those decks and platforms so we can kind of have, maybe some stairways between them and stuff and get up a little higher. So, yeah. Okay, awesome.
Are there any legal issues having people from the public come to use something like this, or their forms they need to sign off if they've heard?
So where's my city?
Yeah.
Where'd she go? Yeah.
In Buffalo. Yes, and
Yeah.
we will have something for facility use and liability release.
Yeah, and we've got a few waivers we use for like with outside departments when they come in and stuff. So I'm sure it'd be similar.
Well, you have available where you could have some staff to help train, like if I wanted to pay
Mhm.
you to do some training.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anytime we have someone from the outside come in, we always have at least 1 or 2 members of our staff there to either help out or, just observe and make sure that no one's doing anything they shouldn't do or is unsafe. And obviously, if you want us to actually provide the training, we're happy to do so.
But I can see that being helpful if our
Yeah.
the companies, businesses are doing it correctly, they're not gonna call you.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. It kind of goes back to our prevention program. training them to do this right ends up meaning we don't have to respond. So, and that's a better day for everybody.
Industry focused public information officer position that y'all approved last year for, as an addition to the business plan. I think it's,
27.
is it 27 right now?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's not 27 yet. I think that's when we wanted it.
That may be.
Anyway, it's in there somewhere, but that position could also help connect, you know, our industry with the opportunities that make sure they know about and help generate training opportunities with as they, because the goal there is for them to foster relationships with different companies so that there's knowledge of, you know, the facilities and
We had Kirby come and do with something with us that's really nice, just.
Yep.
People have never used fire extinguisher before.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just little things like that. Well, we got to use the new apparatus that you have.
Oh, yes, it works fantastic. It's a lot better than, we used to just put a pan out with a bunch of diesel fuel in it. And that was the way we did it. And the new system works so much better. All right, so I told you I'm talking about this a little bit later. We were originally asking for the skid steer, and I think we'll still be using one, but we may go a little bit different way. Kirk out at Fleet recommended one of these telehandlers for us, actually, which I hadn't actually thought about. But as we kind of talked about it, we think it'd be very beneficial. Also, the city doesn't own one of these, and so we obviously wouldn't be using it every day. And so it'd be something that'd be available to other city departments as needed. But it would actually be really ideal for us out there. Also, in disaster type situations, it'd be great for us when we're unloading supplies and materials and stuff. So we are changing, and I'm kind of in the process of it. And so we're changing our request to one of these. Now, bad part about this is a little bit more expensive than a skid steer. But again, it's got a lot of capabilities that the skid steer doesn't have. So yeah, absolutely.
Like Scooby-Doo's. Is that a different one? Am I crossing my cartoon? Who drove the?
Oh,
Which one? Speed
yeah, speed buggy.
Okay, sorry.
Nope, you're fine.
Well, we'll have to reach. Okay.
All right, so we've got a request in, and it's actually in there for 40,000 this year, but we want, it's one of our priorities. Is our special operations tools. And I mean, I think everybody understands that from the incident back in April of last year to the tornado, to a couple of the other incidents that you guys have seen, like the mayor's daughter's house here. This tools and equipment, since we've added this back about 6-7 years ago, has been instrumental in us being successful in a lot of our rescues. Quite honestly, this 6-8 years ago, we could not have done it. Just period. We could not have done it. We'd had to call in a department from a larger city like a Dallas or Texas Task Force or something like that, and it would have been several hours for them to mobilize and get here. Our crews were able to do it with this equipment, and that's why it's so vitally important. The next closest folks with this stuff is over 2 hours away from us. So again, it's this stuff is really vitally important to us and our community and our citizens. So that's why it's in there. One of the new ones for special ops this year is our Swiftwater rescue boat. Again, right here, this is them actually making a water rescue last year. It is incredible how much we have used that thing. I mean, I know we're in the middle of a drought, but when it rains around here, it doesn't take a lot of rain to get the flooding going. And it seems like every time we do have the flooding, we're pulling at least 1 or 2 people out of a vehicle in a creek. I don't care how many times we get on, TV or social media or everywhere else and say, turn around, don't drown, do not drown in the water. We still have people do it. And it just, it's just going to be one of those things, but we need to have a second boat to be able to deploy in case something would happen. We could, with the first boat, they are actually there to help rescue that person or our folks and the person as well. So we do need that second Swiftwater boat. We already talked about, we do have the one tanker that should be arriving this year. We're actually asking for a second one, and that'll be in I think we've got it in FY28 right now. We want to get the new one and make sure, the use for it, which I think is going to be a lot more than, again, what we're thinking currently. I think it's going to have a lot more uses than what we're looking. And especially as we continue to annex in some of these outer areas around the city. As we've talked about, both Moffett and Pendleton, their water systems are set up for drinking water only. They are not set up for firefighting water. They just don't have the capacity that we need. And while, like I say, they can provide drinking water for folks, if we hooked up to their hydrants that they have out there, we would literally be collapsing water mains and stuff. So again, we've got to get the water there somehow, and the only way to do it other than water mains is through these tanker apparatus. We're wanting the larger one to help augment the smaller one, and our goal would be to have one on the northwest side of town and one on the southeast part of town, in the areas that are really growing and developing right now. So I wanted to talk about the fire marshal's office as we did our first budget meeting this year, and had talked with Mr. Olson about the fire marshal's office a little bit. He suggested we sit down and do kind of a comprehensive review of the fire marshal's office. Landy Setzer, my fire marshal, did that. And so this is kind of what we've brought forward this year for kind of a build out of the fire marshal's office over the next 6 to 7 years. And so for FY25, this is where we are right now. We've got the fire marshal and administrative assistant, 2 deputy fire marshals, Santos, which is our public educator, and then Buzzy, which is our public ed specialist. This is what we look like today. And so some of the things that are going on project-wise there, and I'll get into the other staffing here in just a second. We do have a fire code update that's going on. We've got some law enforcement standards because they are peace officers. So we will be working towards making sure we meet minimum compliance standards. We're still trying to get all of our stuff over to MGO. So not only permitting and planning is in MGO, we are trying to get there as well. So it gives folks a one-stop shop for all of that rather than having to go to 2 or 3 different systems. And then again, just some hiring. And like I say, the fire marshal's office is in charge of our new hiring. And so we've got a lot of new folks coming on in the next several years. And so they are needing some help over there for doing that hiring. So in the new request, we're looking at for FY26 this coming year, adding 2 full-time fire inspectors. We get out and we inspect as much as we can. And we did over 1,000 inspections last year. We are looking at doing that much or more again this year. And again, just because of growth and trying to maintain. But we do not get to every facility that we should. We should be providing a fire safety inspection every single year in every business. And we are just not able to do that right now. We get some of our larger industry, but we don't get all of those, again, because of the time that's required on those. But we should be inspecting every restaurant, every hotel, every apartment complex every year, just to assure the safety of those facilities. And I'll tell you, we have a lot of fire calls in apartment complexes and hotel motels. Again, I think our fire safety program, if we can get folks out there doing those inspections, would be, again, a preventative where they're not calling us and not having that damage that occurs when they have those fires. And that's why we're asking for 2 full-time inspectors on that. The other is the certificate of occupancy for new businesses. We're looking at starting that program in conjunction with planning and building inspections. And so these positions will be instrumental into making sure that we get out and get those done in a timely fashion. I think we've asked for it, and I think as I've stood here thinking about it, I think Brent is correct on the industrial focused person. They were in 28, and I think we've asked for them to move up to 27. And so what we've tried to do is in our budget request is have a position or 2 each year in the fire marshal's office get added. So for 26, it's 2 full-time inspectors. For 27, it is the industrial focused inspector and liaison. In 28, it's another deputy fire marshal that's actually going to get reclassified as an assistant fire marshal. And that person will be someone that can step in and take over, like if Landy's on vacation or is out for whatever reason, they will be there available to step in. Right now, the deputy fire marshal that steps up and takes over for an assistant chief is a driver. And so it doesn't really make sense responsibility wise for them to step up, but that's what we have at the moment. And so we'd like to correct that situation going down the road. In 29, another full-time inspector. In 30, if I remember correctly, it's another deputy fire marshal. And then in 31, it's a fire inspector investigator. And again, it's someone to help us out with fire inspection or fire investigations and then again, inspections. Obviously, we won't be doing a fire investigation each and every day, but it is someone that would do those and help maintain the integrity of the investigation going through, but also someone that'd be out there to help us with those inspections. So if you look ahead at 31, all of those positions I talked about, this would be the build out of the fire marshal's office or the fire prevention division. Any questions? I know that's kind of a really fast run through of that. So some of the other things, again, we're a lot of drone stuff. One of the things we're trying to do is get on with the drone sense like PD has. Right now, we don't have a remote capability like they do. And so we're trying to get that as well because it's really fantastic to be able to send a link and watch those. And so we're asking for that. We're also asking for another drone to be able to deploy when we get the second battalion chief. Right now, our battalion chiefs carry those drones. And that's why they're so quick to get out there because they will just respond to the incident and get the drone up. But we'll need one for the West Side battalion chief once they get up and operational. We're asking for some additional money for the AED maintenance program. Again, we maintain all the defibrillators, the automatic defibrillators that you see around the city in city facilities. We've got, gosh, I was trying to think of how many. I meant to ask Santos how many we have right now. I want to say over 50 defibrillators out and around between police vehicles and then city facilities. But we're looking at working on some new maintenance efforts on that is included in that cost. And then some additional body camera needs, and then some fleet camera needs for the fire marshals, the actual law enforcement folks in the fire marshal's office. Right now, they only have the body cams like PD wears that actually goes on their uniform. They don't have anything in their cars, and so we'd like to get them to kind of match up with what PD has with that capability in their vehicles. So emergency management. So for emergency management, we've got a lot of big projects that we're looking at for next year. So obviously, always we're looking to stay NIMS compliant, to stay in good graces with the federal government and grant purchases. Obviously, we've got ICS training that goes on every year. We just finished up a 300 and 400 series that was taught by both Temple and Colleen emergency managers. And so again, it's great to be able to do that in-house and not have to travel for that. We are there at every special event in town. So like we just had Pedals and Pints and we had representatives from emergency management there. We worked on the emergency plan and the incident plan for that on the planning part of it. Obviously, any of the events, 4th of July, the large concert series that's coming here in September, all of that we'll be working on emergency plans and staffing for that. We'll be setting up an emergency operations center for both of those so that it's functional. And that way, we're overseeing the safety at the events and stuff. So again, a lot of work that goes into those. And then again, I'm not going to read through all of those, but we've got a lot of different things working in the emergency management office. So some of the needs that are there, and again, it goes back to staffing, and we're really staffing heavy requests this year. So we are asking for our data analyst. Right now, they're in FY30, and we're asking them to be bumped up to FY26. As we kind of did a review over some of the needs in the department, one of the ones we noticed really right off was the need for this data analyst. Right now, the one that analyzes most of the data is me. I'm the one pulling the reports and running through the data and doing the spreadsheets and all of that. And literally, it's getting to be where I can't get other things done because I'm trying to do this type of stuff as well. So we're trying to get some of this load off of me and some of our other folks in the office. But like I say, that's one of our biggest needs. That would be very beneficial to not only emergency management, but also our operations folks and the fire marshal's office. And so that's why we're asking for that to be bumped up. The administrative assistants currently in FY 28, and we're asking it to be moved up to 27. And then we've got a program specialist that will take care of our accreditation, our best practices, and some of our other certifications. We're asking for them to go up from FY 30 to FY 28. And so that is what the emergency management division will look like once built out. So sirens, outdoor warning sirens, been a lot of talk about those the last year, especially since the tornado. And so just kind of wanted to let you know where we are right now. 29 up there, which was in last year's budget, it is installed now. 30, which is in this year's, the vendor has it, and we're just waiting for them to install. We will be installing it up there. I think it's at Burger Road, and I can't remember what the other one is. But it's out there, one of the intersections right on the edge of the city. And then the one for FY 26 that's requested, and in there is this one down here, 31. And we're going to be in pretty good shape. Really, our only open area looking at the siren system is over here by the donut hole, and so we'll be needing to put something in there in the next couple of years, especially as the new outer loop goes through and we start to see development out there. I think really once that road gets done, we're going to start seeing a lot of development out there. And so we're going to be needing to look at one over there. And then also, I know there's possibly some development out in this area. So we're probably expanding a little bit further out here to the east as well, for some of the development of the industrial needs out there. So for emergency management, again, kind of the summary request is staffing. There was a request for event radios, and they're in there. What we've been doing is we've been buying a cache of portable radios that work on our 800 system that we can hand out in the event of a disaster like the tornado. We handed out several radios. And we're able to give those out to folks so they can communicate back. Because I will tell you, when one of these events happen, and I think a lot of folks experienced it during a tornado, your cell phone becomes useless. And it's literally, they become like a great doorstop because that's all they're good for a lot of times. And so again, the event radios are really helping us. I think we've got 45 right now. We're looking at adding another 15 more, and so we'll have 60. And so again, it's a great thing for us. And then some more outdoor warning sirens. So our priorities for next year. So our staffing for Squad 4, which is 3 drivers and 3 firefighters. If you look at Fire Station 4 and 3, they are 2 of our busier locations. Station 1 is by far our busiest station. But 3 and 4 are right behind that. And Squad 4 would be at Station 4, obviously, and they would help with some of that workload. The last several months, Station 4 has been up over 200 calls. They've been averaging around 220 calls per month. And that's a lot of calls. And what we're starting to see is 3's call volume starting to pick up a little bit because they're the ones that have to come and cover when 4 is out on a call. So it's what I call reliability of Station 4 or Engine 4 right now is starting to drop off, and it's becoming less reliable because they're getting more back-to-back calls or double calls in their area. Not because they're not doing what they should be doing or because they're slacking off. It's because there's so many calls going on in that area that they'll already be on a call, so someone has to come from another district to cover their call. And so that's what this truck would do, would be take those calls and help split them up between 2 apparatus. The battalion chief and driver, again, for the west side, and we've talked about this the last several years, it still remains a very high priority for us. Fleet services coordinator, again, we talked about that in length and very important to the department. The 2 fire inspectors, again, is a huge thing as far as fire safety goes for the city. Deputy Fire Marshal's vehicle. We've got the 1 new Deputy Fire Marshal now that was part of a reclassification of a position, but we did not get the vehicle, and so we need to get them a vehicle so that they have it to operate. Our data analyst, our West Side Squad and rescue truck, and that's a vehicle. We just need to get it on order and purchased so that when we get that staffing, and I think that one is in 27 or 28, the staffing comes. That way we have their vehicle, because again, the lead time on this one's probably about 24 to 30 months. And I'm sorry, 27. Okay, thank you. So the extra squad for the wildland and firefighting in Tiffmas, like I say, we are seeing a lot of grass and brush fires. And I think this year we are getting started so early with a lot of grass and brush fires. I think this year could possibly be a historic year for us. Back 2 years ago in 24 was our biggest year we've ever had grass and brush fires. And I think at the rate we're going, if we don't see some tropical system come up here and dump a lot of water or something happen, if we continue on the path we've already started on this year, this is going to be a historic number of grass and brush fires in the city this year. Our telehandler skid steer for the training center. Funding for a second set of turnout gear. That's been something we've asked for several years. And the reason why we're asking for that, that's the coat and pants that we wear. And it'll just be for obviously the response crews. When they go out and fight a structure fire, I mean, you're spraying water everywhere, you get drenched. And so if that happens early on in a shift, particularly, let's say that it's a 1 p.m. fire call, and especially if it's 100 degrees out, you've sweated, and then you've also got all that water on you, it takes hours for that stuff to dry. We cannot throw that stuff in a dryer. So it takes hours for it to dry out. And so if you can imagine, if you've ever tried to put on wet clothes before, or like a wet coat, that's about what it's like. But the other problem with our turnout gear, when it's wet like that, it also loses some of its thermal protection capability. So it's much easier to get burnt through a wet coat than it is through a dry one that's ready to go. And so this would give that crew an opportunity to come back, get their gear clean, and get it dried, and still have the appropriate clothing if they got a second call to go on a fire. And then finally, the emergency management planner vehicle. Again, we got that position, but we did not get the vehicle with it. And so we're needing to get that person a vehicle. And then stations. And there's been a lot of talk about stations real quick. And so I kind of wanted to hit on those. Right now, we've got remodels that we're working on the design work. And we've actually got a lot of design work going on right now. So we are working on designs for 2, 4, and 6 for remodels and some additions to those stations. And then, of course, we're working on design for the new Fire Station 7. And so, again, that's going to be pretty much the spring and summer and early fall for us, is getting all this design work done at each of these buildings. So 4 different designs that are going on right now. We should start construction on those either late this year, early next year. And so that, again, that's for Fire Station 7. And Fire Station 7 and Fire Station 9, of course, 7 is going to go about 1.25 miles further west from where its current location is. Fire Station 9 is going to be down south of Walmart on Old Waco Road. And those, because of the coverage areas, that we need to do those pretty close together. So I don't know if we need to build them at the exact same time, but we need to get them going really close together, because if we move out the new 7 and don't have 9 ready to go, we're going to leave a little bit of a coverage gap there where it's going to delay our response into that area. So those 2 need to happen fairly quickly. And again, we keep looking at the west side of town, and every month our responses are going up and up and up. And so it's building out, and that side of town is developing very well. And so that's why we're seeing that increased call volume out there.
These fire stations all basically need to be the same when we share design.
So 7 and 10 and 11 should be all kind of the same design. It's going to be kind of a model fire station, if you will. We're looking to build them, very similar, if not exactly the same, just depending on what the lots look like that we build them.
Site work, I know, needs to be different.
Yep. Station 9 will be different, and I'm kind of calling it our West Side Central. We need some more administrative offices, obviously, as we grow. Central, we are already bursting at the seams there, and so we need some more administrative offices rather than trying to add on to it, because again, we really don't have a good way to do it there. I'm proposing we build 9 as a West Side administrative office. And I think that helps us in several reasons. Number one, I think it'd be easier and cheaper to do it with 9 as we build it, but also gives us a presence both on the west side of town and the east side of town. So if someone needs something from the fire department, they should be able to just go to 9 and get it and not have to travel all the way across town, downtown to come see administrative offices.
So the offices, why it's so much more expensive?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. One of the other things that I've proposed in it, and is like a meeting room, like a 50 to 100 person meeting room on it that we could, let the public come in and have meetings, or we could have city meetings out there. If you really think about it, there's not much of a city presence over on the west side other than parks and fire. And we really don't have a great meeting space. I know we had a meeting, community meeting in Fire Station 7. We had to do it in the bay because that was the only area that was big enough. And it's really just not good for that type of a thing. So that's one of the other things that's part of that station is potentially this meeting room that would be available either to the public for use or for the city for use for meetings and, community neighborhood meetings. So like I say, it's going to be a pretty good size station. But Station 10, the one down at 31st and 93 is really another priority that I'd like to see us get done in the next few years. And really, I think if we can get 7, 9, and 10 completed, it buys us a little bit of breathing room. 10 is going to take some of the call volume off of 4 and 3. And I think will really help with that area. It's also going to help with all the development going down on the Hartrick Bluff area and the South Old 95. And then also out on 93, any of that development's going on 93. All of that's happening, and this is going to give us a good accessibility to that area. Like I say, it's also going to help pull some of the call volume off those other stations that are really super busy in town. But that would let us have a little bit of a break before we got to Station 11. Now, I think you've seen a presentation where we've got up through Fire Station 14 kind of planned out. And what I've told everybody is, I think that 7, 9, and 10 are pretty much set as far as where they're going and where their numbers are because of current need. The others, it's just going to depend upon how the city develops. If one area starts to develop faster, it may be very well where Fire Station 13 actually becomes 11 or 12, just depending upon how the city starts to develop or continues to develop. But we've tried to plan out for the next like I say, about 15 years of fire station needs to get it started. And hopefully that way we can get the property acquired and be ready to go. So that way, when we do start to see that area really develop out, we'll be ready to go with a fire station, and we'll already have a design that will work for us at that spot. And so questions?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Communication and marketing.
Get us caught up.
All right, welcome to Budget Flicks, the future of the communications and marketing department. Today, the way I have my presentation structured is we're going to go through the top 10 priorities, the top 10 episodes that we have, which includes because you watched FY25. Don't worry, this slide pops up a couple times. You might notice new things each time. The way that I have the presentation split up is by our funds that we utilize. The general fund I'll go through first, hotel motel fund, and then we do have a PEG fund request as well that made the presentation. The first series that we're going to be looking at is The Office. So I'll read this. This is all I'm going to read from the presentation, but it says, "Welcome to the Office of Communications, where every email is urgent and everyone wants everything yesterday, yet somehow we still make magic happen. But even the best teams need reinforcement. So to keep the creativity flowing and the chaos somewhat under control, we are requesting to accelerate 2 positions and add 1 position to help support all of the growth that you're all hearing about amongst our city departments." So the first episode in The Office is the graphic designer. There's a lot of text on almost all of my slides, and I know y'all have them printed out, so I'm not going to cover a lot of it. I'm just going to give you the basic information. So this request, we have a creative services division, and the creative services division is managed by a creative services manager. She has 1 graphic designer and 1 video photo person who does all video photo for the city. as the city has grown and as that division continues to grow, the creative services manager, who's also one of our graphic designers, is having a really difficult time, understandably, keeping up with manager level workload, but also supervising her team and a graphic designer workload. So this position would help alleviate workload for creative services team, but also ensure that we're able to help, again, support the city departments who need our assistance. You'll notice on some of my slides, I have the little thumbs up at the bottom. So this position, I'm sure, would be endorsed by others, but I know Kevin is very passionate about this position. And the creative services manager, I also wanted to mention, you might wonder, what does a creative services manager actually do? So a large part of her workload, like I said, is graphic design. She's a graphic designer by trade. But additionally, she helps develop new processes, develop out new systems. And I listed a few that you'll see in the reading when you dive in, which I'm sure you all will. She helped on our downtown wayfinding. She's doing like a city facility signage audit. And so kind of going into each facility, seeing what signage they have, developing signage systems and things that work for those facilities. She's worked on things like when we redo facilities, the user experience when you go into the facilities, the art decals for Heart to Home is one example of things that she worked really closely with PD and facility services on. So there's a lot outside of her scope other than design. The next episode in the office is for the marketing specialist. Same thing on here. We threw stats in almost every slide so y'all could kind of see the numbers that are justify our requests. But essentially, the city has 3 marketing professionals at this time. We have 1 coordinator and 2 specialists. So you can see on number 1, 2, and 3 how that workload is kind of broken out. Essentially, they manage over 17 social media pages, and the way that we have it broken out is the first marketing specialist does police and fire, Heart to Home, and then they just absorbed the library. So one person is responsible for not just social media for those 4 departments that are shown, but also working closely with those departments to ensure their needs are met on time, make sure they're happy, website updates, any type of project management that they have going on. Then we have number 2, which is our Parks and Recreation focused marketing specialist, and then special events as well focused. So that person has a very, very heavy workload as well. And then lastly, so those were the 2 marketing specialists. And then lastly is the marketing coordinator. So the marketing coordinator basically oversees all marketing needs, promotion needs, website, social media content development, and things like that for everybody else who I didn't mention in 1 or 2. So that includes Transform Temple, Airport, People Operations, Public Works, Planning and Development, Housing and Community Development, the new Customer Care Department, City Secretary's Office, basically anybody that's not in 1 and 2. So that's a very heavy workload, and that doesn't really give her an opportunity to be a coordinator. So the way that we have our department structured, at least, is our specialists, and then you go coordinators the next level. And so we really like our coordinators to have coordination of various things in our department that are higher level than the specialist would, and that can assist either the manager or the division director. Some things that she coordinates within our department are some of our initiatives, such as the Community Summit, the Hometown Hero Banner Program, the Holiday Lights Contest and Tour that we do, that we started. So adding an additional marketing specialist, I'm requesting to accelerate it from 28 to 26. That would help us, again, with workload, frankly, but also it, more importantly, is going to help us support all of our departments as their needs grow. And then at the bottom, it is endorsed by Kevin and Natalie, as this position would probably take some of that workload from 1 and 2, so the people in 1 and 2 can focus on their departments a little bit more. Okay, the next episode in the office is a website coordinator. This one is also in the business plan existing for FY29, and I'm requesting acceleration to FY26. The reason that we're requesting acceleration is because our website is our top priority. And unfortunately, sometimes with the way that duties flow and tasks flow and things like that, and the needs that people have and the needs that we have, website doesn't always get the attention that it needs. But you all know when you're visiting somewhere, or when you're planning a trip, or when you're at a conference, or if you're just a resident living here where you try and find information, if it's not social media, it's the website. We have surveys to prove all of that information. So the biggest thing though that I wanted to point out, and I have another episode for Law and Order later that will also talk a little bit about it though, is the new DOJ ruling on accessibility. And that is that essentially means that government agencies have to have their website and other digital platforms ADA compliant by, I believe, April of 2026. So if that stands, we right now have over 46,000 issues. We had an audit ran on our current website. We have over 46,000 issues, and that did an ADA compliance check on 130 different categories. So anyways, not only would the website coordinator assist all of the departments who try and help us manage their own web pages, but they could also oversee the ADA compliance and accessibility initiative. There's some other information that I'm not covering, but you'll find in your packet. So we're moving out of the office and we're going to go into Law and Order that I mentioned. Kathy, it's gorgeous. Okay, so for legal reasons, we are requesting an acceleration. This is also in the current business plan for the accessibility and quality management tool. So like I mentioned, the new ruling that has come, this software will help us to manage all of that craziness that comes with that. As you can imagine, with 46,000 issues on a website, there's not one human person that can do all of that and fix all of those things efficiently. And so this software will basically run reports and assessments and things on it. And you basically just need a human to manage that software. You click a button and it fixes thousands of issues at one time. Not only that, from an ADA perspective, but also if you think about visiting the city's website, if you've ever encountered any issues such as broken links, there are things called alt tags that we don't always catch that aren't complete. And so this will also help us better manage our website overall from an ADA, but also a quality standpoint. And at the end of the day, that makes it easier for our residents and businesses to be able to utilize.
An example of ADA non-compliant issue
On
a website, or, like.
Well, it could be something like, I keep hitting that chord. It could be something like the colors that you're using. So for example, you wouldn't want to do, sometimes if we have like a pool closure, some people might use more emphasis on it, right? So they want to really make an impact. So they'll highlight it in yellow, and then they'll also put like red text. So that would be like an ADA issue for someone who might have trouble seeing. Also, you can have things that don't have the correct alt tag or meta tag, to where if they are blind and they're using our website, or they're using a screen reader, if they hover over a picture, all of our pictures need to have a tag on it that says exactly what it is, not mayor. It should say mayor reading proclamation at Hispanic Heritage event. And when we save out photos, generally we pull them over, we upload them really quick, and it'll say mayor, state of the city, or mayor, you know what I mean? So we just, it is a lot of that type of thing, but those are just a couple examples.
Or even just man standing on a podium or something, because it, wouldn't know.
Mm-hmm.
The automatic tag that's assigned to it doesn't know specifically what the picture is about, so it's a very generic reading.
And then that becomes a liability.
In April 2026, I believe it would.
And if you have a text embedded, if you saved as an image instead of, so that, somebody is using a screen reader and it skips over something because to your eyes, you can read it, but it doesn't pick it up correctly. all of those kinds of things. That was supposed to be compliant with the Americans with Disability Act and, the Department of Justice has said we have until, not just us, but public entities have until April to come into compliance.
And that is in the business plan, but it's in FY 29. So with that new ruling, that's why we're requesting to accelerate that. So next episode is It Cake? So we are using Is It Cake as a reference because redeveloping and redesigning a new website is not cake. However, it is imperative. This is also something we already have in the business plan. We're just requesting an increase to the amount simply because that $50,000 that's currently in the business plan is an older number. It's a few years old, and we all know how things have gone up. So we are requesting an additional $25,000 investment in the website redesign. That would be for the city website, the Parks and Recreation website, as well as the library website. Okay, so because you watched FY 25, we're going into Holly Jolly Hallmark. Holly Jolly Temple was an amazing success this year, and we only expect it to continue to grow. This request is for $6,500 increase to the advertising budget for Holly Jolly Temple, and all of the city's events that kind of went under that. So the goal is simply just to make Temple a Central Texas Christmas destination. And so this increase in advertising would help us compete with all of the other things happening in late November, December, in our region. Okay, we're moving on to Hotel Motel. And the first episode we're going into is Tourism in Temple. This is just a reclassification to a current position. So we currently have a destination experience specialist on our destination team. And with the new initiatives that our destination team is taking on, we thought this would be a beneficial change in our department. And so that's Courtney. And we are requesting to reclassify her to a tourism coordinator. And some of the things that she would be working on, other than writing and developing content, she does all of the blogs on the website. She writes a lot of the website content, and she does the Temple ticket, if y'all have ever seen that on social media or the website. But she's also would be taking on the Texas Friendly program. So most importantly, and probably the biggest thing that requires the most coordination is the Texas Music Friendly program that we just began. And then the Arts and Culture program, we're just wrapping up the Arts and Culture Master Plan. So she will kind of be overseeing that initiative from the beginning. And then any KPIs and things that we report out or any research programs. So we just kicked off our it's called Placer AI. And it is a software that basically we feel a lot of departments will use it as well. And we're including all of them in the kickoff. But essentially, it is a software that will show us where people are coming from, how much they're spending in Temple, how long they're staying in Temple, and we can use it for lots of various things. So she would kind of oversee those types of research programs as well. 5,000 people came to Petals and Pints, by the way.
I wonder if you were looking forward to hearing that number.
Mm-hmm.
How do you tell?
They do it by your phone. Mm-hmm. I'm pointing here because I put my phone in my pocket.
That new software that y'all authorize, it's called Placer AI. It will tell us, how many, it'll be the aggregate information, so it doesn't seem objective.
Right.
But
What do you do about kids?
I'm not actually sure. I think sometimes they average it off as a family of 4 I'm not sure how they do it though. I could check into that.
Yeah, it's such a great event.
It was really, really good. Yeah, maybe it doesn't even count kids, actually. I'm not sure.
no problems.
But it's amazing, and we anticipate, like Kevin wants to use it for some parks and recreation studies and, things like that. It's creepy. Where you went after what your salary, there's a ton of demographic information. Salary is one of those things.
No, it's quite disturbing.
I can send you the Petals and Pines report. It's interesting. It's probably a lot more than you wanted to know.
Okay. Why
Okay.
don't you do that? That would be interesting for everybody.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
New program.
Mhm. And so the next episode is Selling Temple. This is just another small operational change with $0 impact, but I wanted you all to know, we are reclassifying a sales and marketing specialist. It's essentially a title change. This person's really not going to be doing anything differently, but to a tourism specialist to be more focused on tourism, the destination as a whole. And they do, all of our visitor services. So any inquiries that we get from there's a website called Eventective. Any inquiries that we get into discovertemple.com for fulfillment and things like that, this person would manage. And then we do a lot of stakeholder or hotel engagement for the tourism team. And so this person visits our hotels, make sure they have what they need, make sure they know that we're here to support them. And then they would assist the downtown coordinator as well. So just a couple reclassifications and things in the destination team. And then lastly is PEG. So this is a request for essentially a pool vehicle for the communications and marketing department to share. We are always out and about at various events for departments, at other city events. And so we feel like this would be a really reliable mode of transportation. One of the biggest things is storage, especially for Chris, who's our video photo guy. You've probably all seen him out, but he is always trudging up the elevator and trudging back down and hauling and he's got a lot of equipment wherever he goes, especially if it's like a shoot. So this, we would be able to optimize to where we would be able to keep most things safely in the vehicle. So that's what this request is for. I've talked to there's several other cities that I've spoken to or that I've heard at conferences or whatnot who have a PEG funded fleet vehicle. Some of them have utilized like older city vehicles, like if a department is getting rid of something from their fleet and replacing it. So that is another option as well. I'm not sure as far as like what things would need to be inside, but I don't think it needs to be it's not like a loaded vehicle. It's more of a get us there safely. During the tornado, this is a funny story, so I'm going to tell it. And this is my last slide. And I'm only 5 minutes behind. So during the tornado, Lindsay has a Cricut. And so she did a City of Temple logo on her Cricut and then put it on the side of her white Explorer. And so we looked official when we were driving around because it was hard for people to tell that we were with the city. So it's like in those kind of moments too, a communications vehicle would be nice to have. So I don't want a siren. I would be scared of that. People might think I'm too official. Not that official. You want those guys. Low-key official. Mm-hmm. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all. Do you have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I want to say this was amazing. I've been smiling the whole time here.
Hopefully it was like a brain break a little bit for y'all.
Yeah, just for thinking outside the box and then just, it's a testament to your capabilities. And so I love it. You still can have anything you want.
So my team, Ari did really help me a lot. I mean, she's absolutely amazing. So she did help me a lot put this together. So I'll pass that message to her. Yes.
But I do want to say, I went to a meeting where we were discussing something totally different. We spent about 35 minutes with people saying the website is horrible.
Yes.
Where I was just picking things and just throwing in the chat, but maybe a training session or a video of saying, this is how you can navigate throughout the website.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's been difficult for me sometimes as well, but I'm learning what to look for. So,
yeah. Our goal is always I don't want to have to do a training video for anybody on how to use the website. It should be easy. It should be user-friendly, very easy. If you have any specific feedback, definitely want to hear that. But the goal for us is to have the information. You know, we have data on like the pages people visit most, So we always can look at that kind of stuff too and make sure that the stuff people want to find primarily is really easy to find, but also just making sure generally that you don't have to click 1,000 times to find something and stuff like that. So
That would say coordinating position is really important, because right now we are basically delegating and spreading it out to, you know, dozens and dozens of people who, you know, some are a little bit more inclined or minded towards design, and some are not, and so you have some very different experiences with the department liaison, you know, is really heavily relying on for that content. And so having a person that is really responsible for the website, I think is really.
it does, yeah, I have that on my slide, but I didn't mention it, so I'm glad Bryn mentioned it. It does take a lot of time from people who have other job descriptions and other priorities that they need to be focusing on in their department. And additionally, the marketing team is kind of like this, the next, you know, the marketing team and the department liaisons work hand in hand and try and get the website to where it needs to be, but they can't ever 100% focus on it. So it needs to be 100% focused on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're scheduled for a break. We're running about 10 or 15 minutes behind. So do we want to take a break or go ahead and get transform people? People can break if we need.
I mean.
We're ready for it.
Yes, sir.
Morning, thank y'all. This should be pretty quick. So first slide to lay out, obviously, our current staff. The three on the left, Chad is coordinator Henry, great guy, have managed to interview and maybe hire selected 3 candidates. Made 2 offers, so we're almost there on that. The PEO is parking enforcement official. We're holding off filling that again until we have all our parking going, which means 4th Street Garage lined up, all our permitting and planning, which we'll be getting back with y'all on price levels and how exactly we want to do that. Nonetheless, we're doing pretty good. These were vacant positions during the winter, which is our slower time. So that was the time to have people not there. So now that we're going into spring, need to add to it. My main focus today, and I think the number one ask has to do with code compliance. Want to let y'all know that when I was hired as, I was hired in 2012, was there about a year in facilities and then moved over in code compliance in 2013, maybe beginning of 2014. This is one fewer position than we had at that time. So at one point in 2013, I was the 4th hire for code officers. So we had 4 code officers. That senior code officer was a housing specialist who dealt with all the building and standard stuff. And then we had a code manager. I was that 4th hire. So we're based on that down a position. And we've gone from, I think I was looking this morning, about 73,000 people based on that. I forget the name of the group who did it, but based on that demographic that we had done a couple of years ago, and we're now up to 107 or something. So we're tens of thousands of people more, fewer code officers. So this is what's slated to be funded currently. Obviously last year was rough on everybody. We appreciate that. So I'm trying to get some of this moved around. What we would like to do is move these 2 senior code officer positions up a year. So I'm asking that for next year that senior code officer be pushed to FY26. Industry standard, or all the studies we've read, show that you should have 1 senior officer for every 2 to 3 officers. So that helps. They help guide them. What are they going to do with each case? And then the manager oversees everything. So right now we have 3 officers, 1 senior officer. The goal would be to have 2 senior officers. And then as they're learning that job, they're guiding 1 person to current senior officer would be guiding 2 people. Slated to be funded currently as part of our resource hub initiative that is we're working on with Nancy's team and Housing and Community Development and Solid Waste and Public Works. We're in the design process now. Once again, slated to be funded is an agent to be housed there, which will help with, will kind of control the whole thing, is Bryn's idea. And we'll be in charge of the whole compound, I guess is what you could call it, or building, but also assisting with the recycling efforts and some of Nancy's efforts. But we need a person there full time, also for our tool library. So we're going to have a tool library, expanded hours. People can come there, choose what they want and take it rather than call us up right now and reserve. So we're asking that get moved forward, that lead agent. Give it a year, see if we need this backup resource hub agent to cover, but that'll give us a year and a half to kind of see how everything's working. And we can either get rid of that, ask for FY28 for the regular agent, or move it back or move it forward. But I don't think we'd ask for it before FY28. So I brought this up in our department head meeting, and Tracy had a lot of questions and looked at me funny. So Chad and I went back and rethought, do we really want to add 2 positions to the payroll? So, or should we contract out some of these modes? So last year, Chad helped me, 13, 14 weeks behind. And at the height of mow season, we had 400 and some odd code mows on the book. These are code mows. And something that was written up at the height of the season could take 13 weeks for us to get to. So we were 13 weeks behind. Granted, we did not cause those problems. These are code violations, but we would like to lower that number, get it down more manageable. And that doesn't mean that we mowed all of those, because often by the time we got there, somebody had come in and mowed or finally or taken care of it. But it's still, that's a huge number for us to look at. And we're doing a lot of fingernail biting in the middle of summer. Chad and I have been working on how to move our folks around, maybe use some of the downtown team a little more for some of the mows. So we're not, this is just an FYI. We're going to try to get through this season, see what we can do and next season, and then come back to y'all next year for what we think we need. So we want to look at it first and then come back with some solid numbers. The other thing I'd add is 2022, we had for city-owned lots, we had 130, 40, something like that. And we're currently up to 180 city-owned lots that we are responsible for mowing. That's not park stuff. That's not right away. That's just lots that are out there. So we control all those. A lot of them have to do with right away for expansion of roads, et cetera, but we're still responsible for mowing them for 2 or 3 years. Some of those Avenue C project mows, we've been doing 2 or 3 years at this point, and it's going to go on a little further. Substandard demos, this is already on the in the plan, slated to be funded. Currently this year we have 50,000, and then it goes up 25,000. Up to 125,000 total. So this is substandard demos that we're doing. The mayor's our liaison, I guess, for building and standards. So you see how we could use that money pretty quickly going through that. There's a lot of them out there. What we're hoping is if we keep putting this money at it and can continue, that will lower some of those. And then in conjunction with Nancy's team, who's trying to fix some of them up, we can, I don't know that, what did Jesus say? The poor will always be amongst us, or something like that. I don't know that we'll ever get rid of the problem, but I think we can do a better job of handling it.
What's the average cost for a demo?
Say again?
Average cost for a demo?
10 to 12, Chad? Without asbestos. Asbestos can add 6 to 10, depending on how bad it is.
Let's get scenario 31. That's 10 houses. Of course, it'll be more expensive then.
Yeah. There's a lot of variations when we have to test for asbestos, when we don't. We try to work it so we don't have to do asbestos testing, but that means location choosing. which doesn't always work because if something's really bad or falling down, it doesn't matter. We still have to go after it. It's priority. Like the one up the street from my house on, what was it, Lamar there? Right there on First and Lamar. That one just kind of fell over. And the poor woman was in there. Chief had to deal with it. And that wasn't something we could just, well, we're going to wait 6-8 months. We had to deal with that now because anybody could get in there. Here's a big, this is a big bite, but we're putting it in there. David and I have talked about this. What these numbers do not account for are commercial structures. One commercial or two commercial structures could take out our entire budget for the year. So depending, every commercial structure, you have to test for asbestos. If there is asbestos in there, it's consistently tile and mastic. And y'all know old commercial structures or shops or whatever have tile and mastic throughout them, thousands of dollars of abatement. I asked for staff after I originally gave this presentation. I was a little vague probably to the department heads and executive staff, but I asked Jeff, who's our housing guy, how many, can you come up with a dozen right now that we could go after? And he said, yes, I've got 12, a list of 12. He's red tagged a whole bunch more, but there are a bunch of commercial structures that we don't see out there. And eventually what happens is what happened on South First with that gym, and stuff starts falling over. And we're just, Chief's not as, I would have a thumbs up with Chief if I had thumbs ups. But anyway, so Chief agrees. 2 thumbs up. We need to work on this a little more, and I need to get my numbers dialed in a little better and show examples of what we're talking about. So that's why we're not asking for it next year, but it is on the horizon. I think we need to do this. And we also need more staff. So that would add to our workload. This is parking and permitting. We've already got this slated out running through the years. You can see I've added about $1,000 for the initial 49, 50, 51. That's for all of our, basically the use of the equipment we will be using, not the use of the equipment, but all the data and all that stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And then the 10, 11, and 12 are cloud storage for our parking efforts. What I will say is this has been lined up since FY23. This is the first year we've actually spent that top number. So that money has been held and then moved forward. So we haven't used the money or a bunch of the money yet. We bought equipment, but we have not started using the service yet because we're not. This is already slated to be funded. We're still, obviously, if we're not doing full-fledged parking, we don't need this kiosk, but this kiosk, which I think is slated to be funded. Well, I know it's slated to be funded. I think that's kind of basically y'all kind of looked at it and approved. This is for a kiosk that would be in a central location, probably in the municipal building where people, my mother, for instance, who is not going to download an app, doesn't know how to do any of the permitting or stuff, can go in and pay cash money or pay with a card at a terminal for any parking needs. So that would be permits, tickets, things like that. So they can just go take care of it, or they can download the app and do it that way. We thought it'd be good.
Have they put on their vehicle?
I'm sorry?
Then do they get a sticker put on their vehicle? If they take it down?
License plate, Saturday license plate. Yeah. We know because, well, that's part of the tech that we have on, as we drive down the street, we're reading license plates. And so we know if you've been there more than an hour or 2 hours, we know how long you've been there or since the last time we came around. And we also can say, oh, that license plate has a permit, they're allowed to park there. So just automatically, and then it tags us, it bings us if there's an issue. Digital display, I'm not sold on this yet. We don't have the traffic in the garages yet, but the idea was to have a digital display that showed the number of parking spaces available. Right now, 4th Street is 0 because it's not open. And the Extra Co-parking plaza or the one on 1st Street there's a bunch. Come on in. So do I? Yes.
Not knowing I was gonna have to spend 25 minutes getting to the top.
And
Go back, and I almost did. So
you parked in one of the reserved spaces, didn't you? That said no parking. electric.
there, but.
So you want this now? Okay, so but there's two.
And on a, you know, get on mission to get up there or not,
Yes, ma'am.
personally.
I guess we're pushing this up. It's slated to be funded next year anyway, so Mark and I'll start working on that. Hawk Guy. We've been using a Hawk Guy. That's a guy with a hawk who comes downtown and runs birds off. Used him for 2 years now, Chad. We're going into our third year. Yeah, it's been great. This guy comes in with his hawks, and it's kind of cool, and chases the birds off during nesting season. And then my guys, or Chad's guys, to be clear, go in and knock the nest down that they've been creating so they don't come back. And we're not out there every day pressure washing benches and sidewalks and stuff. What, 2 or 3 years ago, before we got the Hawk Guy, we were out there almost daily, and it's kind of a health. I mean, it was a health hazard. It was nasty. Bryn's big idea was that we charge people to come downtown and look at the Hawk Guy killing birds. And we haven't put that into effect yet, but we may be net zero on this.
The grackles have vacated downtown pretty much, but the pigeons are moving into the garages.
Yeah. So we can shift him around. I mean, he's got a dedicated area that he's looking at, but we can shift that area moving forward. So pigeons, look out, beware. That's right. Slated to be funded also is $5,000 additional for our tool library. We may not be spending that in 26, depending on where the resource hub is. We don't have a space for it now. Once we move into the resource hub, have a home for our tool library, have the resource hub agent down there who can deal with this, we can add to our tool library. I'll tell you right now, we don't have enough mowers already. We're 2 weeks out. People are calling us wanting mowers. And we have 2 or 3 electric mowers. We have 5 electric mowers and a few gasoline powered. We're trying to move to all electric battery. They seem to work pretty good. And for a normal household, maybe not yours, Tim, but for everybody else's house, it can take care of a lawn.
I'm a combustion guy.
I am too, but it's working for folks. You also want to own your own tools like I do. Some people don't need them. And so yes, you and I, we've talked about this. Yes, we are. Nonetheless, so $5,000, we're happy with that. May move back to FY27, but we'll expand the whole program. Right now, we're just running around doing what we can. And then potentially in the future, and I just dropped them in FY27, we're still looking at it. We do want a vehicle at some point for the resource hub. It would be a shared vehicle for everybody who's using the resource hub. So the recycling guy, Nancy's team, if they need a truck, but just to have a vehicle there in case we need to run something to get it fixed or whatever. We're gonna have a person down there, potentially 2 people. Also a paint striping machine for downtown. Public Works is supposed to stripe yearly. They don't always get to it. Understandably, they got other stuff they're doing. But we would like to buy, we have a push one, which is fine for emergencies, but we want the sit on it, ride, stripe. We also have added many spaces with the garages. So we've already had to do some restriping in the garages. So that's coming up. I don't have a number on it. I have no idea how much it costs. We're really looking at it, and I want to come back with some solid numbers before I talk to you guys. That's it. Question. That's what the question is. Question.
Where do you store the trailer right now?
Tool trailer is stored at our 12th Street lockup, which is behind Bakerfield off of Adams. So the tool trailer's down there, Nancy's event trailer, which I'm not sure how that program's working right now. All my staff's vehicles, Chad's staff's to be clear, mowing, tractor, all that stuff is down there. It will be moved over to the resource hub when we get to the resource hub. That's the goal, is to get it done. Cool. Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much. Who's up? Yes, sir.
Got some time.
Yeah, it was quick. It was only 17 seconds.
No, Richard's scary though.
He said, let me go back up there and see if I can.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more. No, last year, I spent more time doing the damn pictures than I did the presentation. And I'm like, I'm just gonna, let's take it back to basics and then move forward.
It's hard when we follow better though.
It
It really doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah, this is fine.
You've got that, I'm very thankful.
Plus ADA wise, I bet the colors.
You probably.
Yeah.
You're up. Rock and roll.
Everybody's speaking. Everybody speaking from here so far? Can you hear me okay?
Somebody take the clicker.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, awesome. Jan, sorry.
Good morning, everybody. Obviously, I'm not Kevin. I'm sure Kevin would love to be here presenting to you folks. I know he enjoys speaking to council and staff. So we'll get started with our budget here. That's
Give it a couple of minutes to make sure it's over there. Okay, awesome.
sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, again, Leah and I were excited to be here to present FY 26 budget to you folks, and just getting started with administration, which is obviously Kevin, Donna, everybody in administration building there. But one of the things we wanted to ensure we got to the budget is our CAPRA travel, and I apologize, the CAPRA travel is not just travel, it's also another piece of the puzzle with our accreditation. As you can see there, Commission for Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies. This will be our accreditation we're looking forward to earning in FY 26 in October, I believe it is, out in Philadelphia. And I think it's only $8,000 worth of that is travel, but what we're looking to do is this is a very monumental event for our Parks Department. So we want to ensure we have funding if the assistant city manager or park board chair or somebody in council would like to attend and be there the day of our accreditation. We want to ensure we have the funds in our travel budget to make that happen, because again, it'll be a very exciting day. The $10,000 of that is actually where we pay some accreditation members. These are people that work in our industry that might be officed in somewhere in Utah, they might be officed in California or Florida. They're part of an accreditation team that'll come out to Temple and make sure that what we say we're doing in writing, we're actually practicing in our day-to-day work. So we will take them to our parks, to our rec centers, to our programs, let them see, hey, here's everything in writing that we say we're doing, and here actually how we're putting into place. And that's part of that accreditation. The next thing is we want to make sure that we fulfill our agreement with the Solosik family and have it in the budget for the sculpture out there at the bend of the river. If that's not in our budget, it may not be, but we want to ensure we don't miss it and get it put in there so we meet our requirement there. The Daniels Tract, you may know this is a 100-acre parkland that we were able to acquire the last couple of years out, I guess it's east of Partridge Bluff Road. Again, 100 acres, we'd like to get that master plan if we can get that going. Again, as we know, that area of town is growing daily, so we want to make sure we're ready to meet the demands of the park system out there. And then miscellaneous consulting services are really kind of more of an engineering services. Some things have changed where we've had to get more of our even smaller projects engineered, such as even a half a basketball court, some short trails, like the one we're doing right now at Silverstone. We had money to do those projects. But then when things come up and said, oh, you got to get an engineer now, we had to scramble to find some funds to do that. So we'd like to have this in our budget to go out and get that done. So when the next following fiscal year comes around, when we have the money to actually build the project out, we have already had it engineered, have it ready to go, the plans to bid those projects and keep moving forward instead of wait till October to start the process of getting those projects engineered. Any questions on any of those before I move on?
How big is your sculpture gonna be? Gonna be little, like 35?
We agreed to a life size.
We've been working for several years now with some different consultants and staff on what is needing at the convention center. And I know at a time there was some funding to get some things done, and those got redirected. And so now we're kind of given direction to work it through the budget process, which is what we're doing here. As you can see, there's numerous things that need to be done and been put on hold at the convention center. But probably I guess the most immediate needs are obviously outward facing towards our public, the folks that are running the facility. The most complaints we get is over our AV and our sound in the main hall. We have problems with our bars, and we're doing bar service. So the bars, the keggerators need to be replaced. The blinds are electric blinds in the south rooms, which the sun comes through. So it's very important to have those that now they're just kind of shut and sitting there because the operational system stops. We need to get those replaced. And then our HVAC system, control system, which controls the whole building, is very outdated. It actually is on an old computer. And that computer was up for replacement. IT brought the computer out, but the old control system would not work with the old operating system. So right now, if that old computer were to die today, we're kind of be in a little bit of trouble there. So you want to make sure we get a new control system, which has been bid through the facility services department. We got that, and put that in here to get that whole thing so we can get it updated, control the HVAC system there at and then the other things you can see, things that are definitely needed, work through the program, but I was one of the immediate needs there, so you can evaluate those. Hillcrest Cemetery, y'all just heard the presentation from Sloan. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I think this is a very exciting project, just something that's going to become even more and more of a jewel within our community. As y'all know, the recommendation, the plan was broken out into 4 different areas: the visitation circulation, the operating elements, so on and so forth. But we really need to get started. We're recommending get going with some staff out there, recommending 2 maintenance workers. Right now, we don't have any. And with the maintenance workers would be obviously their equipment, they would need to do their maintenance. And with Sloan looking at our operating now, the way we are outsourcing the trash to Heart of Texas and outsourcing all the burials, we feel they take all that in-house, cut the contract with Heart of Texas, start doing our own burials, get those revenues back in, that the 2 positions themselves would pretty close to, if not pay for themselves, obviously not including the equipment. And then the last thing at the bottom there, we know we need to do a drainage study and to get the road design done. So we'd like to get that started. So we're asking for some funds in there in that 686 to be able to get that study started. Salmons Golf Course, got any specific questions that are above my intelligence? I brought Jeff here to answer any questions you may have, but as you well aware, right now we had the clubhouse project going. It got halted due to the post-tension slab because part of the project was moving plumbing around, and we find that you cannot move plumbing underneath the post-tension slab. So that was halted. At the same time, we were doing a parallel the master plan for the whole golf course, which includes the greens, the fairways, the drainage, the cart pass. And then we told them, hey, pause for a minute because we might be able to move the clubhouse to a different location, build a brand new clubhouse, either cheaper or less, or build it to the improvements to the existing. So if you could put the clubhouse where you would want to put it to make even better golf course for our users, where would you recommend doing that? So we're working through all that right now, trying to whittle it down to a good number of designs for him to present to us back. So we can evaluate those, so everybody can evaluate them. And then not only that, but we talked about expanding, instead of just remodeling, we're talking about expanding the existing space. So we're looking at that as well too. So you wouldn't actually move the plumbing, you would just create open space like we're having here and then add on a kitchen and add on the hitting bays that we talked about originally. So again, I apologize for the delay on this, but we kind of ran into a couple of snags there. We're trying to work our way through it. We would like to add some money to our part-time dollars to create so at least one full-time person in the kitchen area. And what we did in 2022, we took some part-time dollars and created 2 full-time cart line staff. And we have a lot of turnover at the golf course for different reasons, but since 22, those first 2 people that were hired in those full-time positions, we had 0 turnover. And we're hoping to have that same success here in our kitchen because we have a lot of turnover in there. And when you don't have cooks and you don't have people that can serve it, it really brings people like Jeff into the kitchen, what we shouldn't be doing. It should be up the golf course. We have
that way.
We have a 2013 Greensmaster mower. We don't prefer to mow our greens with this. We prefer to mow them behind our greens mowers. But just due to the growth in the golf course since COVID, this is a much more efficient piece of equipment. So we've had to use it much more than we had in the past. So with the hours on it now, we're trying to get that moved up to 29 to 26 to ensure we keep our greens mowed. We've got to do so much work before the sun comes up, and this helps us get that done before the golfers get there on site. 2 golf ride, 2 solo rider golf carts, adaptive. I'll show you some pictures of some of these things here. What these are individuals, maybe an amputee, some type of limiting disability that gets them out on the golf course. I've been doing research myself. I know Jeff has. I know Kevin attended a session at NRPA last year on being able to provide these adaptive golf carts to individuals that need assistance. And the verbiage from ADA is you don't have to maintain one, but you have to be able to provide one. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but that's their verbiage. And if we have somebody that shows up who is requesting one, we could be at a little bit of world of hurt depending on how far they want to push this down the legal path in regards to not being able to provide a golf cart to somebody that needs one who has a limiting disability. And then the last thing there, we'd like to move up our assistant pro who's scheduled from 2027 up to 26 next year. We feel like there's a lot of work being done. We could help with our youth programming in the summer. Angelina, the golf pro now, is really maxed out on her ability and time to give lessons, and this would help us in many different ways out there at the golf course. You can see on the left there, there's the individual who's able to stand because the chair rotates out, lifts up so they can play golf. And you can notice the big black thing down the front of the golf course is actually the clubs that he would be able to pull out there and utilize on the course. On the right is just a very minimal sketch of what Baxter was doing for our master plan for the whole course. And what you can see in blue here would be a whole new driving range moved from over there, if that's what he felt looks to see fit. So again, there's like numerous ones of these now. We're trying to get it whittled down depending on what happens with the clubhouse renovation. Any questions on the golf course? Moving on to parks, just a few things here. We'd like to finally, I've been asked many years by Kevin and Heidi Weenie, one of these autonomous field stripers. I've been putting it off for a while, but I think now is the time to go for it. There's so many fields that we're trying to stripe, always being short on our ball field crew, taking over Woodson Field now. The autonomous striper, you just let it go. You set up GPS coordinates in it. It'll stripe your soccer fields, your baseball fields. If you have, sometimes we host state tournaments. We could actually put a logo in. It'll paint the tournament logo out there on the grass as well. It can do parking lot striping if you have like just in a grassy area, if you're having a special event somewhere. So we're looking to get one of those. Single axle dump truck. This would be a unit that not only would we finally have a unit that can really pull our new stage, which is very heavy. We can do it now with the truck that we have, but it's not the safest thing. We have to have cars around it, front and back with lights. It goes about 30 miles an hour max, and this really wasn't built to pull a stage of that weight. So we'd like to get this unit to be able to do that, as well as do other things within our park department. The Gateway maintenance contract, obviously East West Gateway, we want to keep that looking good. When we hired the company, they installed everything to maintain the area during its warranty period. That was their price. I think it will come in cheaper once you put it out to bid to our local contractors. But since that was the original price, that's the price we're going to go for until we do get a better number in, which we do believe we will. And then ADA transition plan, what that is a company that comes in and let me just backtrack a little bit. Going back to the accreditation, this is one of the, it's in our accreditation. It's not a required piece of our accreditation, but it certainly looks good from NRPA if we're able to have one of these. Basically what this is somebody comes through your whole park system. They look at every sidewalk, every trail, every access point to your pavilions, access point to grills, access point to restrooms, and they see, hey, you may not be out of compliance, but here's best practices, and it gives you a roadmap to, so like right now, when we're putting in a new pavilion, we ensure that we have a sidewalk that gets you to, not just to the pavilion, but it also meets ADA all the way around. They do is here, this will give us a roadmap for, it may take 15, 20 years to do everything on this plan, but at least it gives you a roadmap on how you can be better and again, be where we need to be as far as an accredited department doing everything the right way, best practices, whether it's should this program be on the second floor or the first floor? Should you have another sidewalk getting you to at least 2 of the 3 water fountains along your walking trail? So that would be our plan. We would hire a company to do that for us. Again, that's the single axle truck there on the top left that we used to pull the stage. This was a company that came out to show us how their brand autonomous striper worked, and obviously the East West Gateway. We do have some hurdles still to walk through. We have about $14 million in projects that go through 25 that are outdated. These are playgrounds, pavilions, renovating the restrooms at Clark and Walker. Just going through all of our inventory, we have about another $14 million between 25 and 31 that we're looking at trying to get done. We've Places and Spaces has been amazing in helping us get some playgrounds done. Obviously, Silverstone got done. We're going to be able to get done Waterford lines, Colquitt here in the near future, but we still have a lot of projects that we need to get funding for. I know that Aaron had looked at some different taxing abilities we could do to supplement this. But in the meantime, Pros are the firm that did our strategic plan, is doing our strategic plan. I was also going to make some recommendations on ways other cities have been raising funds to do capital projects in the park system. Just wanted to show you a couple of things here. On the left was Silverstone 8 months ago. Here's Silverstone today, and this is where we're trying to get our parks to. This is the standard we want. That's the swing set over a little blue stem, and there's a covered swing set in Silverstone. Again, so you know, obviously I wasn't around, but like in 2016, we put in like 13 playgrounds. That's part of what happened to get us kind of behind, because replacing 13 playgrounds in any given year is going to be a difficult situation financially. So we're trying to piecemeal in year to year. And like I said, the placement space has been very helpful in doing that.
That one, the fire station one is so popular. Every time I drive by there, it's just packed with kids. It's wonderful to see.
Good.
I'd like to see us do more like that.
Good. We would like to as well. Thank you. We would like to move up, go into our positions in the Parks Division. We have a forestry crew right now of 2 people, and just trying to get out to all of our work orders with complaints of tree limbs and so on and so forth. It's very difficult to get, hey, this year we need to trim all the trees in these 3 parks. Next year, these 3 parks to get on a rotation where we're getting our trees trimmed like we should do on an annual basis. Because you can only trim trees so many months out of the year. Once you do, you make them susceptible to disease. So we're already limited on our time frame. We only have 2 people trying to get stuff cut down and trying to keep on our maintenance cycle is very difficult, or it's impossible without another crew of 2. We'd like to have another crew of 2 to, one, just do maintenance work orders. We want to keep our tree canopy on rotating process like we need to. We'd like to move up a couple of park rangers. We have a lot of issues going on, as you can imagine, not just vandalism, but there's all these new motorized bikes and motorcycles that kids and people are riding through our park system. People doing what they're not supposed to be doing on tennis courts or on the golf, like on hitting golf balls on our soccer fields, so on and so forth. So it'd be nice to have some rangers out putting their house in those types of things. And then newly recommended positions 329 there. This all comes straight from our strategic plan. So those are different positions that we've been looking for adding over the next several years. And finally, I just want to mention that Kevin always likes to mention that, hey, again, Crossroads is our premier facility. Don't want to forget that we discussed doing some infield turf there. Just kind of keep it out there, at least as a discussion point as you move forward. Thinking about this when the time comes, the right time comes, the finances available, that we'll keep this somewhere in the queue of getting that done as well. And I think that's my last slide. So I'll turn over to Leah. Any questions for me before I do that? Thank you.
All right, so for recreation, we've got Wilson Rec Center. 2 of the main projects that we'd like to see over there are to refinish the bleachers and resurface the gym floor. This is the gym floor down here. There's some pretty deep scratches in it, and some of the paint is it's time to revamp it. And then the bleachers here, it's just not inviting. We want to make sure that all of our facilities are really elevated. So we did have one company come out and suggest that we just paint it, but we thought that maybe wasn't as long lasting of an effect. So this other company suggested that it just gets sanded down, refinished, and sealed up. So that it would be nice for people to attend and use these facilities. For Siemens Community Center, we'd like to add an intercom system throughout the building. Currently, there is not anything like that. We just have our staff that walks through, kind of corrals people if there's an emergency, or here recently, whenever we had the roof situation where we needed to get people out of the building, we had to have our staff just going through and individually trying to get people to stop the classes and head out of the building. So this would be $50,000 to add this. Also, Siemens roof status, I believe Belinda might have mentioned it yesterday, but we did have the consultant go out there a couple weeks ago, and there's a meeting on for Friday to discuss what that looks like, and hopefully we can get that building going again. Summit Recreation Center. For this one, a lot of this are ideas that are going on because we do have the Summit Wellness Master Plan in process right now. We are just about to get presented with the phase 1 of that plan, and then we'll begin phase 2. But these are just some things that we've outlined already that we need them to be addressed. However, depending on what the Wellness Master Plan says, we don't want to put in just a whole lot of dollars into these items if they come back and say,
well, maybe you don't need a tennis court here, or they're all pretty, we don't want to spend dollars where we don't need to. We can reallocate them. But these are just some items here. So tentatively coming to council workshop June 5th, and then for council adoption on the 19th for that wellness master plan. And then based on what the recommendations are, but some of the things here, as you can see on the bottom, we've got some tile damage in the bathrooms. We've got the pool needs to be resurfaced. It needs some new plaster. It needs the deck. If you've ever walked around on those kind of pebble decks like that, they're not a lot of fun on your feet. And then the ADA lift also needs to be replaced. We do have a way to make it work right now, but it is about a 10-step process whenever it should just be a very quick thing that the individual would need to actually come to a staff member and have assistance rather than just being able to use it themselves. And then some of the courts need to be resurfaced, relooked at, and then some of the fencing around the tennis courts in need of repair. Aquatics, this is Councilman Hunsaker did our aquatic audit here recently. They are hopefully going to get that final report to us this week. But these are the items that they've outlined here. We talked about this a little bit last year, but we had to work with them a little bit further on some things. So now we are prepared to bring this year. These are all the recommendations that they have for us for FY26. These are the projects that they've identified that are high need and need pretty immediate attention. So all of these items here, Clark Pool, replacing the fence, toe catch hazards. So that could be anywhere where the sidewalk is maybe kind of buckled up a little bit. You can catch your feet there. Lions Junction, there's quite a few things just on that general rotating maintenance that needs to be addressed. Plaster, tile, VFD replacement, interior maintenance of the slide. Slide tower steps. This would just make it cooler to where whenever you're walking up there. Right now we currently have a water hose that we spray up on the steps so it's not burning your feet as you're going up. But those would make it much more comfortable for people. Splash radio speakers, some office desk, and lifeguard room equipment for that new building that we're putting onto the edge of the facility. Salmon's Indoor, this would be a front desk. The Dectron, this is something that we had originally asked that it was going to be in 27, but we've, after working with facility services, we really need to move that into 26. This is going to be, the Dectron is the system that actually handles the air purification and the air ventilation in there. So if it's not working properly, which it's kind of hobbling along right now, but it's creating a lot of problems within the facility itself, as far as like rust and things falling apart. None of our computer systems last long because the air quality is not good. And then locker room lockers, again, that kind of comes with the Dectron also because it makes things rust whenever the air quality is not good. So we've got about 2 lockers in each side that are effective and actually work. And then Summit Pool, replace the top pool controller, walker, safety lines, recessed steps, diving board and platform, and then splash pad, regrade the slopes to go away from the splash pads. Currently, some of them, the water, whenever it comes out of the features, it collects back on the splash pad, but this would just kind of regrade it to where the water would flow away from the middle of the splash pad. And then aquatics moving forward, informational of what we might be bringing to y'all in the future. FY27, here's some more items that would need to be done. 27 is all about those security cameras. So getting those things brought up to speed. I feel like almost every location has a couple of security cameras that we're looking to replace or add. And then the exterior coat at Lions Junction, lots of pool deck replacements, replastering, tile, those are some larger projects. And then in the future years, we've got some replacing circulating pumps, gutter systems, new shade structures, UV system at Summit, water tiles, just lots of stuff that they've identified here. Several things, again, are for immediately we really need to address, and then a couple of these things can kind of just be, they're recognized, they need to be done, but they're not a you need to do this. So this is a scary slide. This is the numbers that goes along with all of that information that we just covered. So FY26, a big chunk of that is going to be the Salmon's Indoor, the Dectron system, that's $750,000. So big ask for this next year, but all very important things. Aquatics stuff is not cheap. So, and then 27 and moving out towards 28, you can see different items. All right, moving over to athletics. We're looking to replace some of our fencing at the Mercer complex. This lists the per field cost. So this would be about 200,000. This is kind of like what Chuck was saying with the playgrounds, that if you do everything all at one time, it really puts a heavy load on the future whenever you have to redo those things. So if we wanted to kind of look at maybe bringing those in 2 fields at a time, or do all of them, that's an option too, but just wanted to break it down to $50,000 a field. Permanent goals over at Karumpai. So this would be on field 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. And for all 5 sets of the permanent soccer goals, that would be $35,000. Currently, there are goals out there, but those are Simtex's goals. So if we are renting out the facility, we feel that it needs to be our equipment that's out on the field rather than renting it out and having people use another company's materials. And then over at Clarence Martin, we'd like to upgrade our end goals here, end goals and side goals. These are currently permanent fixtures here. They don't move, they don't adjust. They are what they are. And for all of the activities that we're trying to do in Clarence Martin, they're not very helpful to doing much more than basketball. So we recently held a volleyball camp there, and we had over 100 kids available, and balls were just kind of shanking off every surface. And it wasn't super effective because, you can't really use a lot of the gym space whenever you've got all these basketball goals in the way. So these would be the retractable ones that kind of go up into the rafters. And then whenever they come down, they would also be the ones that can lower down for the younger kids. So you don't have to have those ones that you loop onto the tops. Also for Woodson Field, like Chuck mentioned, we just recently acquired this property, and walking through the park, there's several things that we'd like to update. If it's a City of Temple property now, we would really like to have it be kind of a shining star that we can rent out to people. So updating the press box, adding some ball netting for the end zone. Currently there is some right there, but we would like to extend that just so we're not kind of facing issues with the railroad right there. Just general work in the concession stand is a little bit rough, so repainting it, kind of giving it a little bit of a facelift. We've also got quite a few light bulbs that are out at the field, so I believe it's about 32% of the lights that are out currently. So this would be just to replace it with what is currently out there. And then Susan's actually working through one of our lighting contractors to see if maybe we can upgrade that entire system out there. But this would just be to replace the bulbs that are currently there. And then replace the existing fencing around the complex. You can see up here, it's pretty old and dilapidated, and be nice to kind of spruce up.
In program that in what kind of plan for that?
Yep, so we've actually got that coming to the Parks Board soon, and it'll be run as a rental facility for games. And we've already got several people that are, ready to go. They want to rent it. They want it to be their area. They are already asking for dates and to be reserved even before the policy is ready to go. So they're excited, but yeah, it'll be a rental facility for soccer or football. For events, we've got a couple things on here for the addition of the Psychoustics. So this is the music that plays at the parade, but it would just be adding a few more locations that we can offer that. It just kind of gives a better ambiance to the events. So to add it at Petals and Pints, 4th of July, extend what we offer at the parade, and then also for Christmas at the Plaza to add this.
So much fun at the parade.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Nice addition.
Is that like the broadcast system or acoustics?
Yeah, so it's a speaker system that they mount up to different poles, or they even bring in some stuff, and it can you can just do like background music, or you can use it to broadcast announcements. Yeah. So this, specifically for the parade, would be to extend that down further down Adams, I believe. And then Central Texas Airfest, this is coming up, but we would ask that this $25,000 is considered for just to elevate the event in general. With adding the night show like we have this year, it's changed the cost of the performers a little bit more. There's pyrotechnics, there's more of the smoke that you have to pay for. It's just a little bit more costly to have the nighttime show, but it is something that would be special to Temple. So this year we kind of took it from other parts of that budget, but we'd really like to be able to just invest next year. Increasing the amount for the drone show, more drones, a more impactful show. And then for decor and signage, it's one of our big feedbacks that we got this year or at last year's event was that there wasn't enough signage. There wasn't enough showing people where they needed to be.
That was great event.
Yes, yes, I really enjoyed it last year. Also on events for Holly Jolly Christmas, so all of these things would impact that. The Christmas tree maintenance and connectivity, this would be mostly for the Santa Fe Christmas tree. Just to get the different, I just lost the word, motherboards, I guess, like the part of the computer that's in the tree. There's so many of them, and usually we've got at least one member from IT and our special events team member crawled up in the middle of the tree for at least a week trying to figure out which plug goes where, and some of those cords just need to be thrown out and replaced. And so this would help really make that an easier, smoother process. Christmas at the Plaza Light Show. If you came last year, it was amazing. However, that was introductory, right? To show them to show us what we could do or what that company could do. So this increase would be to keep that performance at the same level. And then additional downtown Christmas decor. This is going to be just to light up downtown a little bit more, get some more wreaths, some more bows, some more lights, just to add to the Holly Jolly Christmas. And then the ice rink is coming this year. So this year we're planning to use generators for that to get that rink going. But in the future, we'd really like to consider adding three-phase power, which is what's needed to run an ice rink like this. And we just need to kind of figure out where does this ice rink need to sit to where then we can invest in the power to where you don't have to have the generators and the diesel and all of that going on.
You're gonna see mayors on ice.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
absolutely.
Ready?
And then for the Santa Fe Community Market, another project coming online. This would be just to have tents and vendor delineation fencing. If you've been to other kind of markets, you might have seen ones where you've got every single person, every random vendor that has whatever color and size and type of tent, and it kind of just looks a little bit dysfunctional. So this would be to have those standard tents across the board that people would use. And then also in the indoor area, just to have some nice fencing that would separate the vendors. Really kind of elevate the space. And then the events coordinator, we'll put on that next slide. So these are the recreation staff positions existing in the business plan. This special event coordinator that I was just talking about, it is currently in there for 28, but we'd like to move that up to 26 just with the timing of the Santa Fe Community Market and to help with community gardens. And then also the recommended positions, this comes out of the pro strategic plan that was that is wrapping up for the Parks Department. So they've identified the need for a volunteer coordinator in 26. So this would really help us keep together our parks, events, salmons, all of those volunteers that we use specifically in Parks and Recreation, and keep track of all of that, keep track of them, keep them coming back, keep them happy. And also, you know, again, reporting and recognizing them. And then the program development manager, this person would be specifically focused on managing the program life cycle. In our strategic plan, we did find out that we are offering, well, we knew this, but it was drastic to hear the amount of programs that we were offering. And this person would really help us figure out where each program is on the life cycle, because we found that we have several ones that maybe need to either be revamped or maybe they need to go away to where we can focus on these other ones. So this person would really focus on the life cycle, cost recovery goals, and just keeping our programming the best that it can be. So
is the special event coordinator, is that in addition to Holly, or isn't that her title?
She's the program manager, but this would be another coordinator. So this would be like Amanda, Chelsea, Ashley, the ones who are really focusing on specific events, and she's kind of overseeing all of that, making sure that it's all sticking to the strategic plan. Yep. That's all I have. Do you all have anything, any questions?
I mean, I know everybody here knows, but you know, with all these special events that are after hours and weekends, and you guys are there. and you're organized, you're working hard. So much that would happen in the summer when it's hot. And, you guys, maintain a great attitude, keep everybody moving where they need to go, and do it all with a smile. So, thank y'all for all the extra effort that goes in after hours and in the elements.
Absolutely.
You have to
It's a
love it.
great team. Yes. You don't come into Parks and Rec thinking that it's an 8 to 5. If you do, you learn very quickly that that is wrong.
Right. Thank y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank-
Sorry, did anyone else have?
Good. Items up next.
All right, good afternoon. Looks like I drew the short straw between you and lunch, so I will try not to linger any more than I need to. So just to start off, as you all know, we're booming. And I'll show you some slides that we are still kind of in disbelief with my team in terms of permit numbers. We're still trying to figure out where there might be a glitch, but we haven't found one yet. So starting with looking at, the most recent completed fiscal year 24, where we had 19,318 total permits. This isn't just building permits. This is, HVAC, you name it, all trades, all building permits, residential, commercial. And of course, we understand the increase, between that, that was actually previous year. So, but in terms of the tornado and what we have seen in this trend, so just from a graph perspective, you can see starting in 2010, where we were just north of 3,000 permits, and then most recently 19,000, and then a projection of almost 13,000. So the tornado, clearly that was about a 50% increase in permits. That was kind of worst case scenario, and I shouldn't jinx it, but that was certainly, it's understood why we saw so many permits during that period. So yes, in terms of why the difference, starting really through, COVID, where we've been at that kind of 12,000 permit level versus the previous year, not sure. But these are the numbers we have been able to come up with. So one way or another, either those numbers are just, they're right on and tell a story, or the other story is we need help because we need to be able to track our permits better. So one way or another, we need help. So lots of staffing requests, and David has challenged us to make sure that we're not settling. We're not settling for, hey, we have enough resources, we can make it work. So this year, it's more than making it work, it's what is optimal. So that is what we're about to take a look at. So current staffing, as you all know, I mean, you've seen this a number of times. We have 3 divisions or teams. We got community vitality that includes historic preservation, neighborhood planning, grant management primarily, and then of course just traditional planning and zoning. You all see a lot of us, and then permits and inspections, and so we've got 26 current positions, including myself. But for this presentation, we've got 2 budgets. We've got permits and inspections. We've got planning and zoning. So that's how we're going to have it divided up. And I know that y'all have the PowerPoints in your binders. We have since added the priorities, so those are probably not in your binders, but they're here and we can certainly provide that to you all if you like. But, you know, John McGowan, our new chief building official, you know, we've been working with his side of the table. Kathy Gover's been doing a fantastic job, as she always does with budget, but just, you know, looking at the priorities to say, what do we need immediately, long-term, you know, looking at the 6-year plan. And what is not actually in here for permits and inspections is actually their number one priority. Reason it's not in here is because we have a grant. We were recently notified that FEMA approved us for a $25,000 grant. You may remember that from the last budget presentation a year ago. And if you don't, you're forgiven. That was a long time ago. But we did receive word that that grant has been received. Finance has really been on top of it. So the $25,000 will go towards new code books. And that's huge. So that's top priority. It's not in here because it looks like we've got the grant funding. But looking at just staffing, so permit techs, of course, they are at the front line of those 19,000 permits. All of those come through our frontline permit techs. We currently have 3, actually 2. We're replacing one who actually stole somebody from Velton, who is starting April 14th, which she's going to do really well. And, but, you know, just to keep up with the growth, looking at a new one next year, and then looking at adding another one every 3 years, you know, working with our department management team, that appears to be the appropriate frequency to be able to keep up with the growth. And of course, inspectors, our inspectors have just been absolutely working their tails off. It's been unbelievable, especially during the summer. You know, just obviously with those permits, we've got the inspections that accompany them. What is optimal for an inspector is 20 inspections a day, 25 max. On average, when you just look at the breakdown, if we're fully staffed on a day and we've got all 6 inspectors that are taking inspections, they're not sick, they're not caring for a sick loved one, whatever the case may be, not on vacation, looking at 30 to 37 and a half inspections a day, just on average. So, you know, that's 180 to 220 total inspections per day. We've had as many as 300 and north of 300 a number of times. So, you know, we actually had one of our inspectors, let's see, back in, I think it was September or October, Braxton Petway, who he had 90 something inspections in a single day, and he knocked those out. So clearly, I mean, they're doing an amazing job, but that is not optimal. And in fact, that's not sustainable. So looking at, you know, how do we get there to be optimal? And so similar to the permit tech frequency, you know, rather than every 3 years, look at adding one every 2 years. So FY26, we already have one in the building plan, excuse me, in the business plan, and then accelerating one that's in 28 for the business plan to 26. So moving it up to meet the need. Plans examiners, you know, so we look at the development process and the review process comprehensively. And so, you know, adding a permit tech, but not balancing out additions to the other steps of the process, in the end, does not get permits reviewed and approved any more efficiently. It makes ones, you know, actually creates bottlenecks and bubbles in the process. So we got to make sure that we have adequate plans examiners as well. And so looking at adding one every 3 years, starting in 27. So we've got 2 really good plans examiners right now and just weighing all the priorities, we'd love to have one in 26, but we think that we're okay right now. Let's add one in 27 and then 30 and just looking at a frequency of adding additional one every 3 years. All right, so now I'm looking more on the planning and zoning side. Top priority for me is addressing the development coordinator position. And so right now, Tiffany Colon is our development coordinator until April 14th, where she's going to the city of Georgetown. She's got a great opportunity there. So right now she is the only development coordinator. We've got, enough cross training. We've got folks that can help fill in, but there was already a plan to reclassify that position as a planner. So add a little more fluidity in our process, the ability to cross train and have additional backup. But also that's, as development has increased, the demands of that position have increased because that person is responsible for all the zoning, design standards, landscaping. If there are any architectural standards, anything associated with the plan development, which as you know, we have a lot of those, buffering and screening, sidewalks, fencing, signage. So essentially the things that you all probably get a lot of complaints about, a lot of that is related to the development coordinator. And when we have had kind of gaps in that process, it's been noticed. Little things get missed. A permit gets issued that otherwise shouldn't have been issued. Sometimes it ends up in the city attorney's office. So it's really important that this position is adequately suited. And so what we're looking at also is ensuring that, and this person can do additional inspections because they go out and inspect. And we're not just going to rely on the builder to follow the plans. We got to go out and make sure that it's done. For example, Cypress Creek apartments at Cedar and West Adams, the low income tax credit project looks good. I mean, it's a good looking project. Well, the plan development has trails on the south side and through the middle along the drainage way. If the development coordinator doesn't catch that, there is no one else that is going to catch it. And so that they're putting in those trails that otherwise come back and say, hey, well, hold on a second. Neighbor asked, wasn't there supposed to be a trail there? Oh yeah. That would have been great. And that was required. But once it's missed, it's really hard to get back. But also just inspecting items that currently don't get inspected right now. So, our building official and are in complete agreement. I'm, city management too. I'm sure you all are as well, that if we permit it, it should be inspected. I mean, that's what you get with a permit to ensure that it's,
That's we hear a
meets
lot about
standards.
roofs.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't have to be, doesn't have to be a long inspection, but somebody needs to be able to verify that it was done according to code. And certainly insurance companies are going to be looking for that as well. So roofs, fences, accessory structures, those are items that just don't get inspected now. So that's not in your 19,000 permit. Well, it's in the permit total, but not in the inspection total. So that's something development coordinator can help with. And so looking at reclassifying that as a planner. And the second part of this and working with David and his guidance and leadership, in the business plan, we currently have a business navigator approved for FY30. But we also have additional development coordinator needs, at least as a backup, but to also make sure we don't have a bottleneck in that permitting and the plan review process where, the plans examiners, hey, they've approved everything, but we've got a bottleneck in which the development coordinator has a huge queue that ultimately is going to slow up issuance of that permit and review, especially as inevitably You know, even though in the Unified Development Code update process, we're trying to simplify a lot, but there are additional demands and expectations that, you know, codes inevitably are there are going to be additional requirements. That's just part of the process. So making sure that we at least have backup too, for when the development coordinator is out. You know, right now I've got a planner, you know, I've got various planners that can jump in, but that's on top of their current workload. That's not something they do every day. So make that business navigator also a planner as a backup to the development coordinator. And perhaps both of them can share those duties. So that includes retail recruitment. You know, TEDC does an amazing job of recruiting larger businesses and jobs, high quality jobs. But in terms of smaller scale, you know, the restaurants and the smaller retail businesses, mom and pop businesses, you know, maybe it's potential mom and pop businesses in an area we're trying to revitalize, where you might have the next master, you know, pit master barbecue chef in a neighborhood that, you know, is looking to open a store on MLK, but, you know, what can we do to help facilitate that? So I think the business navigator can help with all that, help with downtown, to, you know, assist the downtown manager who, you know, is doing a great job, especially with events and marketing, but on the planning side, to be able to work with those businesses that ultimately, and I love to do it, you know, I still get plenty of inquiries about downtown business owners are trying to locate downtown. And I need to be able to hand some of that off, but it's part of the process that needs to happen. So happy to do it, but, you know, I need to be able to hand some of that off. Also, Administrative Assistant 1, which is currently in the business plan for FY28. This is shown as planning and zoning. That's what was approved, but ultimately this position is really going to help out with permits and inspections on that side of it more so, but helping department-wide, but also just because of the increased expectations, growth, really, you know, and working with David to say, look, is office assistant is how that is classified. Admin 1, perhaps even admin 2, but admin 1 would be great. Just a little higher salary to get, you know, someone who is maybe better equipped to handle the kind of inquiries that we get. Also adding an Administrative Assistant 1 to Community Vitality, and not this year, but looking at 27. So grant management, for instance. So the neighborhood grant program, which went live on January 6th, and been working closely with Aaron, and I think that's going really well. We've had lots of interest, and I think we're up to the high 30s in terms of applications. That's a program that, you know, we're just trying to figure out how to administer it, but having an assistant to help with that program, with the strategic investment zone grant process, you know, that there's a lot of legwork that goes into that to make sure that it meets criteria, that the coordination, communication with the applicants. So in addition to just assisting with neighborhood planning, historic preservation, you name it. All right, planning managers. So we've got a planning manager position that has been approved in FY27, and that person really would manage the DRC process to be kind of the go-to person so that applicants don't have to go to, you know, the individual reviewers in each department. Our case managers try to do that, but they're, you know, they're focused on a number of cases. And so having a planning manager that can help the development process move very smoothly, including the pre-development process, which we've formalized in the last couple of years. But, you know, having someone who is a point person who can assist Kathy in that process as well. So moving that to 26. And adding a second planning manager in 27, once again, focused on community vitality, the neighborhood plan districts, the neighborhood grants, CIS, corridor plans, Love Where You Build, which is a really exciting initiative. Aaron's done a fantastic job with that, the kind of the permit ready plans, the overlay zoning attached to each of the neighborhood plans. And Christina Strickland, our senior neighborhood planner, is doing a fantastic job with that. Well, still, there's plenty of work to do in that area that in our mind justify having another planning manager. And then just once again, historic preservation helping out with that as well. All right. So I mentioned the Unified Development Code. Of course, we're in the midst of doing that full update. I say in the midst, we are about $200,000 into our $250,000 contract. So either way, the contract is very well written. They've got the deliverables, regardless of how much time they spend, doesn't matter. They owe us a final product. Point being, there's still quite a bit left to do, and I made a commitment to have the UDC update adopted by council, hopefully in October. But there's going to be additional work that is needed related to that and other future code amendments, comprehensive plan amendments, thoroughfare plan amendments. Trails master plan. We work closely with parks, to implement their plans. We're happy to do that help. We need somebody to be able to focus on all of that, especially the code amendments, future, the RV parks, those standards, for instance. Hopefully we're not going to be at a point where we have to wait on this person to be approved and hired, but that's just an example of how, code amendments, even outside of the UDC, are needed, and it makes sense for us to be the lead because they're planning related.
That's still spending out the 250,000 too, or would that be stopping at what we paid for the contract to give somebody to do that?
No, so we would still fulfill the contract. It's just a matter of having someone, so that hopefully that project gets done by the time, if this gets approved and somebody gets hired. I'm committing to you all to have that UDC completed. That project should be done. But so ideally still it's moving forward to have someone who is really focused, that when it comes to code, that's not something you can spend an hour, even two a day and really make it effective. That is, somebody really needs to be dedicated to that. And I say that Kyle does a fantastic job juggling all of that. But on the planning side, and rather than just reviewing and editing, it's a matter of how do we make this better?
So that rather than spending more on a consultant line is
right, exactly.
After the UDC's done that.
Yes, sir.
If we had this, we would. If we don't have this, we need to hire a consultant some more.
And a big piece of this too is that with any massive code update, that there's going to be stuff that you intended to happen a certain way, and then as you get into actually applying it, you say, well, it was supposed to be this, but what it's actually saying is this. So you're going to have a series of amendments that follow. If you look at the way that international code councils do their releases, they release every 3 years, and then 6 months to a year in, there's an update that usually happens. 2024 code and 2025 is going to get an update that's clarifying all of those things that didn't quite shake out the way that you thought that it would. So this position, think of it as any code updates that we're clarifying language, we're implementing further comprehensive plan items, or just general code amendments. We've talked about simple things like 317 corridor or something that becomes kind of a specialized, we really need to do something about this. This person, that would be their full-time gig rather than balancing a daily caseload. Their whole gig then is to make sure that the code is what it needs to be and any updates that we need to make get done. That makes sense.
Brown, I think you said this, but, so at the end of $250,000, this consultant's gonna hand the finished product,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
And then this, proposed new hire or new position would then go in and clean it up to make it fit Temple's, needs and also put together special products.
Yeah, clean it up a little. I don't like quite using that because we should have a completed product at the end of that.
Right.
But realistically, we all know that there's gonna be unintended, you know, there's shalls that should be mays and, you know, maybe a list that wasn't completely exhaustive enough or something that just didn't get captured in that first flush. So we want to make sure we have somebody there to pick up those, bumbles and keep it moving.
And yeah, just be a champion for those code amendments. So that includes a lot of public involvement. But it also includes, and I know legal does the heavy lifting. They do all of the lifting, I should say, on getting, you know, it's one thing for you all to adopt it and for it to become ordinance, but that doesn't automatically put it in Muni code right away. You know, sometimes it takes a year for Muni code, you know, to actually update it. And so there's that step of the process too, to usher that in and be an advocate and say, look, just because y'all adopted it, yes, it makes it law, but how do we communicate that to the applicant in the meantime? All right, so that's all the staffing. And so I'm just gonna show you what that looks like. You know, we got the 26 positions now. That would include, and so once again, this is the optimal. We don't expect to get everything. Hopefully we do, but we understand y'all have tough decisions to make. So that would include 7 positions in 26, 3 in 27, just 1 in 28, none in 29, 3 in 30, and then beyond that, there are a few more, and that's really just based on the frequency that we're looking at now, our best hypothesis of, hey, every 3 years, adding a permit tech, every couple of years, adding an inspector. So between, you know, through FY 32, I know this budget process is just through 31, but we added a year in there for good measure. So that would be an increase of 16. And so that's a significant increase. What is that, 40% from 26? I mean, so yeah, you know, trying to catch up and then be able to stay on it and have it sustainable. All right, so these are smaller. Anybody need to take a breath? Okay, good. All right. So additional training. And so, you know, going from 25,000, which we have in the business plan now, to 35,000 would also apply to our permit technicians, ICC, the International Code Council certification and training, which is something that is a best practice. Our permit techs haven't traditionally done it. I know our chief building official is really committed to that. And we certainly want to give them the resources to do that. You all do such a great job of allowing us to do that. And so we want to make sure that we're upholding our end of the bargain. Looking at planning and zoning and community vitality in terms of, you know, increasing overall training from 17,500 to 23,500. Some of that would also go towards additional historic preservation board training. You know, that's very technical in a lot of ways, and we have great board members, but they've expressed an interest in additional training, and we see the need for that.
Y'all still take E and Z to the state planning conferences?
We still offer our planning and zoning commissioners an opportunity to go to the American Planning Association, the state conference. And, we'll usually be able to take a couple of them each year. So,
One go this year.
yeah, we had one go this year. That was the first one I missed in 20 years. So,
Like that's important, that's real important
yes,
for that you need to understand what's going on.
Absolutely.
On there sometimes and say, make these decisions.
absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that. Contract inspections, and so this is actually something that we want to give you an update on that we won't plan to scale back on, especially with additional staffing resources. I think we're all in agreement that it's ideal if your staff, full-time staff can handle working with our customers and our builders and our developers, understand the community as opposed to bringing in a third party who, doing the best they can, but they're strictly just following the code and may not even be up to speed on what our interpretations have been, et cetera. Safe Built has done, an adequate job. We have 85,000, the current budget. I guess as of mid-February, we had spent 12,000 and change, and we have a projected, annual total of 36,000 just based on that first quarter. But I think decreasing the budget by 20,000 just to 65,000 should still be more than enough in most cases, but we also want to make sure that we have it in case we need it. God forbid we have another tornado, but whatever it happens to be, we just need to have that insurance to be able to hire inspectors and outsource that. Now, with that said, we also are looking at Reinhardt. Local and contract inspectors had done a really good job for us. They didn't maybe check all the boxes they needed from a purchasing perspective, and so they were no longer eligible, this past year for a bid. But I think there was some confusion, and I don't even need to get into that. But point is, they are local. They did a great job. We didn't have to go fix anything with them. We have had to fix a bunch of things with Safe Built, who did an adequate job, but we want to do better than adequate. And so Reinhardt is a company that we would like to be able to give them a second chance. And so, purchasing isn't here, but we're going to talk. We're working with them to see what needs to be done to give them a second chance. All right, chapter 17. So the outside the Unified Development Code, but still something we're responsible for. That is our section on historic preservation. And so we have the current contract with SWCA Environmental out of Austin that's doing a really good job with the historic resource survey. They're not only environmental, but they do the historic side as well and do a good job. And so they gave us an estimate of $15,000 to update the code, which is, I think, pretty reasonable. Kyle's been helping us just in terms of kind of getting some of those ideas down on paper, but ultimately it's a big job to be able to get that chapter overhauled, and it hasn't been updated since the 80s, so it's time. All right, new car. And so this is something that we had requested in 25, and we understand why it wasn't approved. We appreciate everything that was. But with finance's guidance, we kind of reevaluated how to meet our needs. And I say our needs. The inspectors, they've got their own trucks. But our development coordinator, hopefully the business navigator, our planners going out on site, because it's essential, even doing a plat, that a planner goes out on site, gets an understanding of the lay of the land. You can't, looking at it in 2 dimensions just doesn't do it justice. So going out on site. So right now the van, and that's got like 98,000 miles, and it might be a 98. I'm not sure, but it's fine. But we need a second car to add to the fleet. So it wouldn't be a planning and development vehicle, it's just an additional one so that, like today, for instance, I was trying to check out the van so I could take my team here, and police has it. Well, I'm certainly not going to fight with police, you know, that's a losing battle. Of they need it, if the police needs it, I'm good. But we need to have another option. And, you know, for those reasons, also the additional inspections that will probably come out of the development coordinator, perhaps future planner, responsibilities. So right now in FY 26, we have the National Register of Historic District update. And just a reminder that a lot of downtown is part of the National Register Historic District, which is the envy of a lot of places, because, not because it's just honoring, but because tax credits, historic tax credits, like the Han, Arcadia, Sears building, professional building, that whole block, those were all historic tax credit projects that arguably would not have happened without the federal and state. Actually, I think they just went state tax credits. That's 25% tax credit. And so you all are business people, you understand 25% as an incentive is amazing. And the National Register Historic District makes most of those buildings eligible for tax credits when a developer buys an old building and wants to rehab it. So it's important to update that, but with all the priorities, we're suggesting that that gets moved to FY 28. So chapter 17 is a bigger need by our perspective. So comp plan, you know, it was adopted in 20, as you all know. Well, we need to plan for that. And we were in conversations with David, ideally, we'd get that updated next year. Realistically, 10 years is still a good increment. But let's make sure we plan for that. That's a $150,000 to $200,000 price tag. And happy to answer any questions. Kathy Gover is here and John McGowan as well, if y'all have any questions for us.
Anything, Daphne?
Praise John, how are things going for you? I know you've had that run to be, but.
Pretty well. Moving lots. Cool, well. We're busy, really busy. Yeah. It's good. It's good to be busy.
And I do want to say, John is very hands-on. He goes out in the field all the time. And which I think is a very positive thing. So.
I don't mind getting the boots.
Yeah.
You have a vehicle to drive or you drive that van?
I have a vehicle.
The city vehicle? Okay.
Oh, and just on top of it, we found out today that our deputy building official, she put in her 2 weeks notice. So we're about to be looking for someone to manage the permit supervisory role again. So just for what it's worth.
How long was she here?
4 months. So she made some good improvements to MGO and to the permit process. So we're grateful to her for that.
And Brian, in the permitting and the queue.
Yes. Yes. Last I heard. All right. Thank you all very much.
Good, thank you. All right, it is about 20 minutes after, 25 almost after. Oh, it's not. Sorry, I'm looking at the second hand. It's like, what, 20, 22, 25. So let's break till say 120 or so, 125, and then let's get back after. We're not too far behind. the final day.
Hello, everyone. So, we're gonna go over our FY 26 and beyond budget today. Show them button.
Carol.
Yeah.
That's the projector button.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
The clicker should be next to the print that you did.
Sorry, I found it.
Just make sure it's on the side.
Sorry about that. So these are our current strategic plan initiatives. So one is to create a customer service excellence program, establish an employee health center, develop a comprehensive safety program, and develop a leadership succession program. The next, these again are ones that we're wanting to either update or these are proposed new strategic initiative. One is to create an annual employee development conference. So that's somewhat akin to when many of us have gone and attended a conference, like I'll go to some HR conferences and things like that. We'd like to have an internal development conference for all employees where they can come and attend various development sessions as part of that conference. We'd like to develop a comprehensive employee wellness program, create a citywide tuition reimbursement program. That's a change. There is an item in there right now for a scholarship program, but we're looking at having more of a tuition reimbursement type program in the future. And then optimizing overall our employee and retiree total rewards program. So optimizing meaning, you know, our benefits, our employee rewards program, our compensation, all tied together and coming up with strategies to sustain that long term and have a very quality program. But again, keeping in mind the taxpayer dollars and making it feasible.
Here on the program, can you go back one? The reimbursement program, is that for the individual, for our employee to continue doing education or for continuing education for their children?
It's for our employees for their continuing education and development. So our FY 26 request, we're asking to implement potentially a self-funded medical plan. We'll have more information on that hopefully soon. We're waiting on data from our benefits broker on what our renewal might look like or what we're looking like. When I last met with them, our claims were running pretty high this year. So sometimes when you're looking at going self-funded, you need to see, is that feasible financially and what year is the point where you can do that? It may be this year. I'll know more soon. For example, if it's going to cost us 25 or 30% more to stay in our current fully insured plan, but the cost to move to self-funded would be the same or less, it may be time to do that. The reasons for going self-funded, if you're not familiar with that model of benefits, one of the primary things is you do have more control over your costs long-term. You can make plan designs more readily than you can for a fully insured plan. So there's a lot of different things we can do with that. There's also a program, pharmacy rebates that currently, like Blue Cross keeps that. When you're fully insured, our plan would have those dollars coming back in from the pharmacy rebate. You can carve out pharmacy. There's just a lot of things we can do to hopefully cut the cost and make it more affordable.
We just went self-funded this year, the health and it's really, it looks like it's going to be a good benefit for us.
Yes, it can be very
So
beneficial.
if you have any questions, this
Yeah.
guy.
And with that, we would be asking for a benefits specialist. When you're self-funded, you do what's called claims audit. So you pay claim by claim when they come in and you pay an admin fee monthly to the vendor like Blue Cross or whoever your vendor is. But we would need someone to help with the claims audit. So you have to review those claims and make sure that the claims we're receiving and being charged for are our employees and that they should be paid. So that's a whole process, along with a few other administrative things that you do when you're self-funded. We'd like to ask to move up our training administrator to 26. It's planned for 27. All of that ties back into our strategic initiative for having a succession plan in place. We need to start having more internal training and getting our employees that we currently have educated and developed so they can be part of the succession planning process as we're looking at that in the future. We would like to keep our people operations generalists and our driver training funding that is proposed in 26. And we'd like to move the leadership succession plan from 26 to 27 because we'd first like to create the foundation of that before we jump into trying to put a plan together. So for FY 27, we'd like to move up the wellness coordinator from FY 30 to FY 27. Again, we anticipate if we go self-funding and we're trying to reduce our cost overall, we'd like to put in place more wellness programs to help reduce claims costs. So that would be something we would look to do hopefully in 27. We'd like to have a new basic supervisor academy rolling out in 27. So we have currently a management training program, but that's focused on people that are people who are currently supervisors and coordinators and those types of titles. But we'd like to implement a program that trains all employees who are interested, who enroll. There'll have to be certain parameters and limits because not everyone can go at the same time, but employees interested in management opportunities in the future to get basic supervisory training as a starting point and be able to develop in that area. And then we would like to keep our management training program enhancement. We did request dollars for that to have more management training. And then we have a total rewards assistant also planned in FY 27 that we'd like to keep. That position helps with all of the benefits and employee rewards and recognition program, employee development, all those different programs. So FY 28 and beyond, we'd like to keep the employee health center, hopefully for FY 28. So again, if we were to go self-funded in FY 26, potentially, within a couple of years, we would hope to have a little bit of savings from our health plan and be able to use those dollars to help open the employee health center and put that towards that initiative that we have. We'd like to keep the safety program specialist that is planned for FY 28, our people operations generalist that's planned for 29, and our training coordinator for FY 30. So we'd like to keep those in place. We'd like to ask for a new total rewards analyst in FY 28. That analyst position does the programming in the backside of our Dayforce system. We only have one right now. They also do the market study, data analysis, all of those tools. So we're thinking when we get to FY 28, we're going to need help in that area because it's already a pretty big responsibility there and a lot of different moving parts. Another benefit specialist in FY 28, especially if we are able to successfully have our employee health center open that year. A lot of that different moving parts again. We'll need another benefit specialist to help out with some of that. And then people operations generalist by FY 30, we're projecting as the city grows, we'll likely need another generalist by then. And the generalists are the ones who do everything from hiring to retiring, onboarding, recruiting, all those different parts. And that's it. That's the end of our presentation. I will answer any questions.
You talk about your envision with the wellness.
So I envision it as a medical home. For some of our employees, we do have a population of employees who only seek medical care outside of going to the express ER or urgent care. In my previous place I worked, we had an employee health and wellness center. We took the word clinic out because it had a negative connotation for some employees. So we called it the Employee Health and Wellness Center, and we would do all of our pre-employment screening through there too. Drug testing, physicals, everything they needed from the beginning. And then that also became the medical home of many of our employees who didn't have doctor. They were able to go there without having to pay a copay for their insurance, and our cost on average, now this was years ago, I've been here in Texas 11 years, so this was about 11, 12 years ago, but our average cost was about $38 per visit for employees to be seen there versus using our health plan and going to A traditional doctor's office, I think it was like 118 back then. So it cut the cost significantly. We contracted that through a company back then. It was called Care Here. They would employ the physicians and we would pay them a monthly like admin fee to operate the center. But we all had input on the hiring of the physicians and nurses and staffing and the hours, and we did all of that. But that's what I envision it being. And I think that would be a great benefit for us because again, that's one of our claims drivers is we do have a population of employees, or they don't go to the doctor till they have to then be hospitalized because they have some type of really major thing happen. So that's my dream.
Good. You get the award for the quickest presentation.
I try to make it quick and clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
For Karen. All right, very good.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Let's see if I can be spotty. So today I'll talk about utility business office metering and then the new city call center, which has been rebranded to TTX Connect. Just quickly here, our org chart. This is what it looks like today. So at the top, we've got kind of our administrative team, myself, Melissa Reyes, and then we do cash collections for the city. Have our executive support coordinator, and then our two managers. These positions were new last year. Catherine is our customer care manager, so she's over all of customer service. So we've got two customer service teams. One is the community solutions team. We're calling them that is your TTX Connect or citywide call center team. And then we have utility customer service, which we have 3 spots in the call center that just take utility calls. And then the rest of that staff is frontline in the lobby. So helping walk-in customers work in the drive-through. And then utility billing is metering and our utility billing specialist. FY26. So we'll see, we have on things that are annual increases just based on the number of customers and bills that we generate as we grow. So bill printing, merchant and credit card fees, every year, those are going to increase just based on the volume. Something new for 26 for utility business office is enhancement to the online payment portal. It works. I don't love it. People don't like change. We found that out last year when we switched the back end processing, but we wanted to look at doing some enhancements to that portal that aren't a change, but just enhancements. So seeing what that looks like. And then reclassifying 2 of our customer care specialists. So those are utility billing customer service reps. We only have 1 level. We would like to have a level 2 specialist that just handles more unique or not really escalated, but just more complex account inquiries or account problems. And then a customer care coordinator. We did add that one, I think it was FY24. We're asking for a second one of those now that we've got customer service in 2 places. Right now, Brandy is our coordinator and she really has stayed downstairs. She hasn't had a chance to go into the call center yet. So with it being 2 pretty big customer service programs, we would like to ask for one of those to be promoted to a coordinator position. Metering, adding 1 tech position that is in the plan. And then again, ongoing is the meter reading service. We have a third party that reads our meters. And as we grow, that grows. Call center in the plan is to add 1 more community solutions specialist. We have 4 that we hired to start the program. This would be 1 additional. We wanted to kind of see what it was going to look like. And I think we're going to need them. increase in Salesforce licenses and the continued development of Salesforce. Those are both new. As we get into this thing, it's only been live for a few weeks, but as we get in and we get going and we work with the departments, kind of figuring out what changes and improvements we need to make to it.
Is Salesforce sort of just the back office CRM?
Right, it's the CRM, yes, and it is, it's very robust. I mean, it's the cream of the crop. It really is. It's a great CRM program and we can do a lot with it. And so as we grow and as we figure out what else we can add to this program, it can do a whole lot for us.
Is the utility billing piece added to that?
It is not. It is not. Would be great if the front end customer service could be, so if we could figure out a way to integrate that into Salesforce. But utility billing is its own system.
Well,
it is new this year, so we did move to a new billing system. With every,
I had found it not to be intuitive.
it is clunky. It is. They are all, we know, and everybody knows, like, new billing software doesn't fix anything. It comes with its own issues. So while it has been really beneficial to our frontline customer service, that things are easier to get to, they're easier to export, they're easier to upload and run reports, that part is great. The payment portal side we don't love, which is important because that's customer facing. And then this has really changed a lot in processing from our billing team side. It's a lot more on them than, it's not as automated as our previous system. So I kind of made the joke the other day to Melissa. I was like, well, we can go out for RFP for new billing software. And she goes, I don't think I'd be mad about that. So, we were like, we'll never do this again. And then when we get into it, we're like, well, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing. So we're making it work. It is MuniLink is that software, and it's an inexpensive software compared to Salesforce, especially. But we're making it work. Yeah, there is. And I'd rather it be better on my front line than the back office, because we can, it's easier when you're helping a customer. If you're not having to talk to anybody and you're fumbling through it, it's different than being in front of people. 27 and beyond, same thing. You'll see those in there: bill print increases, merchant and credit card fees. In FY 27, we want to add another utility billing specialist. So right now in utility billing, we have a utility billing manager and we have one billing specialist. So we have two people that do all the billing. And that's been okay in the past. And again, with it being a little more cumbersome of a process right now, we really think by 27, we're going to need to add this person. And then for metering, adding to our AMI system. So we did that project kicked off in 2016, and it was long and drawn out. We have all of our large meters that are 4 inches and bigger are on an AMI system. We have since expanded a little bit and added some of our 3-inch meters. And we went back to any customer that had a 4-inch meter. Maybe they had a 4-inch and then two 2-inch meters. We went ahead and put both of their smaller meters on that system so that the customer as a whole is on this automated reading system. Looking at 27 to expand that. I don't know what that looks like yet. I don't think choosing a meter size and doing that is the right way to go forward. I think we would probably just look at some of the smaller meter, bigger user customers. We had hoped that that portal and that system would have had a bigger adoption from our larger industrial customers than it did. I think it's good data. They can get hourly readings and they can see their usage, but we haven't had a lot of our customers access it. So we did an initial push where we mailed something to them. We've sent emails to them. We made phone calls, and our plan in April is to reach back out to anyone that hasn't ever signed up on that portal and make sure that they know that they can see that information. And then adding meter techs in the future as we grow. And then 27 would be our 6th and final community solution specialist. And I say 6th and final just because we will be out of space. So if we decide in the future that we needed to grow it, we would have to figure out something else within our building for placing folks. And so March 11th was National 311 Day, and we launched to the public TTX Connect. So we have the TTX Connect mobile app. If you haven't downloaded it, here's your chance. There's the QR code. You can submit service requests, check for status updates, and search information, knowledge-based articles. So our team, when we hired our community solutions specialist back in July to October, had them start building this knowledge base. So they went through the website. We talked to departments. They went out and sat with departments and just really listened to what people are asking. What do people call? What do they want to know? And started building up that knowledge base. This is what the app looks like. That's a little blurry, that screenshot, but once you download it, that's what it looks like. Those quick links at the top take you to the city website. So there's not any fancy stuff we had to do in the background of the app. It's just a quick link for you to be able to find things that you want to find. We have featured articles, and then if you say there's a stray dog and you want to report it, you can click on that create new service request. You can type in stray dog and it pulls up, it searches, kind of like a Google search within the app, finds the things that you need to help you get that created. Also, at the bottom here, that is like an intelligent search, it's not AI yet, but that is an intelligent search. So that helps you search all of our knowledge base for things. So if there's something you don't know what to do, reporting a water leak, asking for an additional garbage can, you can type it in there and it will help you find where you need to go. So ttxconnect.com is the online self-service portal. Does the same thing just on a desktop or a laptop instead of on an app. So same thing, you can check statuses of your request. If you go back and look at the app on the bottom, you can click that explore button and it'll show, like, you can put in your address if you want to know what's been reported in your neighborhood. There are limits because we don't have everything visible to the public. But certain service request types are visible, like a street light outage would be visible. Somebody can see it's already been reported. And then my request, you can create an account and you can follow your requests that you've submitted. So those items are available there. And then they're also available on ttxconnect.com. So again, same thing. There's those featured categories. If you scroll up in the app, you would see that list of categories there as well. Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We've got this is our staff of 4, our community solutions specialists. We do have available on the city website, live agent chat. So if you go to the city website or ttx.com, every page on the website in the bottom right, you'll see this box that says, how can we help you? And it is live talking to one of our agents. 298-5000 is the advertised phone number. 311 abbreviated dialing. We do have that available only on AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. And that's kind of why we moved away from branding it 311 to TTX Connect. That was one of the hardest parts of this project, was getting the 311 number. We had to get it from TCEQ. We had to do all that. And then we had to reach out to every carrier individually and get a contract set up with each one. And it was going to cost us more than what we thought was worth it to have you be able to dial 311 from a landline, since most people don't have them, or if they're reporting something, they're out and about and they're on their mobile phone. So the top 3 carriers right now from your cell phone, you can dial 311 and you get that staff. And then coming soon, text message, that's another one. You have to register with the texting gods. I don't know who it is, but you have to do this whole process so that you can text people. Or we wouldn't even be texting people. They would be texting us and we'd be responding. But we have to go through this whole registration as if we were going to be selling something and bugging people. So our consultant is working with us.
My number then.
I don't know. It's not me. Not me. So I'm really excited about this team. It was slow going. We didn't want to launch until we felt really comfortable with it. It is still a work in progress and we're changing things every day. Questions that are asked back on the app as you're submitting a request, the departments will say, it'd be nice to know this, or can you ask this? Or if the customer says this, then we don't want to see it. And it's like an eligibility check to see if a service request can be entered. We are taking calls for solid waste right now too. So we have about 170 interactions a day with this team, whether it be chat, online portals, or phone. And I'd say about 85% of them are probably related to solid waste. I was surprised how many people need a replacement trash can, because that's a lot of people that request that. So it's not just missed pickups, it's replacements or change in service level. So we get a lot of that.
Because they put their grill in their trash.
And burn a hole in the bottom of it. It sounds like you're speaking from experience.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. It's amazing, when this staff can pop over to Rubicon, which is the solid waste software, and they can, if somebody calls and said you missed or you didn't pick up my recycling, it was out there, they can pop over and look, and there's an image if it was contaminated, like there's styrofoam sticking up out of the box, or dirty diapers. We've seen some, it's kind of crazy what people put in their cans or around their cans and then wonder why you don't pick it up.
When recycling first started, I rolled my can out and a city truck came by, because they were auditing all the cans. They threw half the crap that I had in the recycling can into my yard. Like, that's not eligible. That's not eligible.
That's one way to do it.
Okay.
I thought you were saying they put a sticker on it, because that happened to my mother.
They just dumped it out.
Just- That was a long time ago. So that's good. Once I wanted to just kind of show you some examples of the communication that goes to the customers. If they provide an email address, or if they do this on self-service and they're logged in through their account, whenever they submit a request, they, let's see if I can do this without not a button. In the middle there, you'll see it gives them the reference number. So that's the work order number. And then what type, so this was an example I did for, my meter lid was missing or broken. So it gives you that information, and it tells you multiple times how you can contact us. That just says, we've got your new request. This is what the department sees. It might be kind of hard to see, but tells them what the request is, what the address is, if there was any specific location description, like northwest corner of the intersection, what part is missing, it's the lid, and testing I have in there. So this goes to the department. They can click on that work order. It takes them straight into Salesforce, and they can do their thing. Once the department has it and moves it to in progress, the customer gets an update that says this reference number, this work order you have with us is in progress. And then we're working with the consultant right now to get the ability for them to personalize more these messages. So they can actually send emails, not just the it's new, it's in progress, and it's closed, but as things come up, they can go and send a more of a personalized message. And then this is the one when it's resolved. So you can see the resolution there in the middle. We replace the lid. Let us know if there's anything else we can assist. That's all I got.
One also that if said this, so I'm not making it, but like if there's a street light out or something and multiple people.
Yes.
It
It recognizes duplicates. Right, so if somebody reports a street light outage, it'll go to the transportation team. They'll get it once. If everybody in this room went and reported the same outage, you would think you're the only one reporting it. I mean, unless you went and looked at the map and didn't report it, that would be ideal. But if you just picked it up and everybody submitted it, the system will recognize that it's a duplicate case. So transportation team gets one. You all get, hey, it's submitted, hey, it's in progress, and hey, it's closed. So you can kind of follow along with.
And do you know how many people have downloaded?
I don't know today. We did do the pedals and we did the pedal. All right, one. We did the Pedals and Pint event, Pedals and Pints last week, and they really reached out. They walked around with the iPads and showing people the app and got some people to download it. I know the first day on March 11th, we had about 200 between Apple and Google Play. We had about 200 people click on the app. So Lindsay Francis was like, that's really good. I don't know what the number is today. They worked with us on getting the initial word out. Our plan now is to, in April, do like another big push, like a bigger campaign to really get the word out. We kind of wanted to put a foot in instead of jumping in.
You can't get all your stuff fixed by posting it on Facebook saying we suck.
Yeah, You know, what's really funny is some of the cities that have Salesforce and have done this, they can actually integrate with their social media accounts. And if somebody tweets a picture of this pothole that the city never fixed, like it could spark a service order, which to me sounds like a disaster, but it can happen.
We better have a call.
We'd rather have them call. I got 4 people waiting on their call. Or actually, what I'd rather them do is click on the app and send it that way. It'd be great. But we do have a lot of users of self-service just since we launched. I mean, people are finding it. We were really happy with the number of people we talked to at the event that were like, oh yeah, I saw that on Facebook. And then the newspaper did a article about it. So.
And would you say 117 calls a day?
About 170 interactions. So it could be chat, it could be call, it could be self-service.
Are those 4 keeping up with that well? Do we have
They are.
for more calls with that staff?
They are keeping up with it. Catherine, the manager's always in there too. And if she sees anything in the queue, she grabs it. Of course, there's industry standards, which we're not call center experts. We're working on that, but there are industry standards about queue time, wait time, and what those should look like. Right now, we're fine with the volume that we're getting. So,
How much more volume can we handle, do you think, with the 4 people?
I think the 4 of them could probably handle 300 calls a day. Yeah. They might think otherwise, but it just depends. And a good thing about this system too, and then I can quit talking if y'all are ready to move on. But a good thing about the phone side of it is we record the calls that the agents are taking. So they're recorded. So if there's an issue, we can go back and listen to it. We also use those for coaching. So Melissa and Catherine every week pull about 5 interactions for each agent from phone or chat, and then they sit down and review those with them. So that's good. We have that, and then the like I said, chat transcript. We have copies of those. So it's good that we can.
How long do you keep them?
I think it's just 30 days, unless of course we pay for storage, but I think it's just 30 days.
Have you done any, or do you do ongoing customer service training?
We have done it. We did one in October, and then we just did one last month, a big one where we take half of the staff for one whole day and they go off site and do training. And we want to continue that as, of course, in office, kind of the short, hour or 2 training videos and things like that. But we want to actually remove them from the office once a quarter and take them to somewhere in front of a person and do customer service training.
At some point, it'd be interesting to see, all those 170 calls that are, interactions that come in. Are they, what, number one, what department are they going to? But also, in what way did they come in? Did they come in via text? Did they come in with just an email, a phone call?
Yes. And that's actually on our agenda, I think, for next week with the consultant, is to start talking about reporting. And what do we want to see? We're going to build some dashboards. Yes.
And actually, maybe not hopefully, maybe you get everything fixed.
And then nobody calls. Yeah.
But it'd be interesting just to see how the interactions come in. Do we kind of start getting more text, or is it just all going to stay the same?
Yeah. We do have a lot of people, and we've learned this in the years in the utility business office. We still have a lot of people that walk in the door. Like there are people that still just want to have that face-to-face interaction, which we don't offer in the call center, but the next thing for those folks is to call. They want to talk to somebody.
I have an old gentleman that lives in the neighborhood of my office. And he comes by to visit about city issues. And yesterday when I was here, he came by and yelled at my staff for about 20 minutes. So that's all.
Was he mad about the name of Blumenfest to Petals and Pints? Because we got him Monday morning. He chatted and called within an hour about the name of Petals and Pints.
He would have come by.
He would have come by.
Yeah, he wouldn't reach out.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the things that we choose to be upset about. Yeah.
Oh God, I keep calling my office when I'm not there, which is not a published number for my council stuff, and he's mad that I don't keep regular office hours.
but he won't give his name or number, so I call him back.
in your personal life. He's-
How about I come by your house Saturday?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
You have dinner, and we'll visit about whatever you want.
I think Susan said that one time. She had somebody actually stop by her house, her and her husband, this lady and her husband stopped by her house before a council meeting to talk about our online payment portal. Yes, I am. And a lot of, our office hours with the live interactions, 8 to 5, all the research we've done. I mean, there are some cities, Chicago and some really larger places that might operate 24/7. I mean, if it's an emergency, you call 911, everything else can wait till 8 a.m. Right? I mean, there's information on there about reporting emergency water leaks and stuff. So you can find that information. You don't have to speak to somebody in a call center.
I have an outside the lines question that's somewhat related. My understanding is that there's a major water leak, or if someone wants to report a water leak after hours, they're calling the police department. Is that still the process?
No.
No, but we're still working on, utilities and Heather's team, we're still working on improvements to that process, but we've made improvements.
Yeah.
But we still need to make more.
So in a nutshell, what's that process now?
I'm gonna let you or David or Heather respond, so then I can say something. wrong.
They're calling a utilities dispatch number.
Okay.
So
That's-
there's after
It's manned.
it's manned. Doesn't mean that they're always, if it's 2 a.m, that person, they're on call, so they're getting a cell
Okay,
phone.
but they're not at the
home.
service center.
So they're not at the
Okay.
service center at that point, so they may go to voicemail and they have to pick it up, or something along those lines, but they're getting a manned on-call number that, then dispatches that to our on-call crews to evaluate and address.
Do you have any metrics on how quickly something like that's being taken care of?
I've got some, so our phone record system, I'm actually processing through something on that right now. Our phone record system's not incredibly friendly to be able to report that in the best way possible. So a lot of it is manually sorting through that data for me. I've got about a 60-day window that I'm looking at right now just to get kind of an idea of how many of those calls are on voicemail, how many of them are hanging up before it goes to voicemail, how many of them are getting answered, what's duplicate calls, that kind of stuff. But I don't have a good feedback for you on that one yet. I am working on that.
My understanding is those after hours, that there is a crew on standby or working another.
Right.
issue.
24 hours a day,
So
7 days.
it's not a matter of like a volunteer fire department, everybody gets spoke.
Right. No, it's a rotating shift that we have a dispatch, an on-call dispatch that takes that cell phone home with them. And they receive that call on their on-call days.
But there is a crew at night.
And there is a
That's
water
out
sewer
there.
crew as well.
Right, 'cause
They're also on call.
Okay.
So they take the vehicle home with them for the weekend or for the evening
Yeah.
or whatever. They go on rotation, on-call rotations. And they're expected to be available again, 24/7. Report time within 45 minutes of receiving a call, and then emergencies, we have that 2-hour window before we can do anything with it other than evaluate. And yes, and there may be cases where they go visit, a leak that's happening in the middle of the night. We try not to do a lot of work in the middle of the night if it can wait until the next morning. So that is where, before where we talked about waiting 90 days on that leak, not waiting 90 days anymore, but we might wait till the next morning.
Is that for overtime purposes that you're waiting? or so you
It's
don't-
more for safety, so that aspect of it's more of safety, so I would prefer to not have our crews working in the middle of the night, because it's dark and.
It's also hard to do it, like parts.
Right, we may have to locate parts, we may have, there's a lot of operational.
They fix it, do
Right.
without getting way out of bounds.
Right.
Right. Easy leak or something.
Or if it's if it's something where water is just rocketing into the air, or Lubbock had an issue, the university there had an issue with green fire shooting out of a manhole.
Yeah, something.
That kind of stuff is getting addressed.
First day,
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, were you gonna say something?
Just if it's in the neighborhood, we also don't wanna be operating in the back though, leaving
Right.
someone's bedroom, if this is not an emergency and it can wait till the morning.
Years ago, went to the Catherine Plain. They were digging up somebody's yard in the middle of the night. And then they called me back that morning and complained that the crew had, during their work, had somehow thrown mud all over these cars on the side of the street. And it wasn't black, it was a little dirty, I mean, it was caked on mud. So I don't know if the water, the initial issue was
Right.
throwing it or, yeah, she was not happy.
Well, I broke it, but I couldn't get it to display up there. It was just on the laptop. But if you go to ttx.com, one of the featured articles right there on top says how to report a water leak. And if you click on that, it gives you the during business hours and the after hours. And if you searched water leak, it pulls up that article. So play around on the website and give us feedback that you have or questions. Just feel free to email me and call me. Look at it. Thank you.
Appreciate Best for last.
Well, hopefully, not boring at least, but hi, have all the devices in case there are questions, but just want to thank y'all for your time today and for everything that y'all enable us to do. What's that now?
That's a projector.
Is it? Where is the appointment?
And I keep feeling.
Thank you, bro. So, not a lot of changes at the municipal court, at least we hope not with the legislative session. But, I like to just tell y'all who we are. I'm kind of the department of one, and then the clerk and is actually the finance director and the court administrator, and everyone below that just kind of answers up that chain. We have some newer people you can see that that have very little time with us. That's probably been our biggest change is that and there's a little bit of an inaccuracy. The two positions at the front are now in training, so they've been filled. We did acquire Melanie Hoover O'Hanlon, hard to get that name out every day, but as another case manager, and she's just been a great asset to the other one, Tracy Neese, who we stole from county. Both of them are really working out well. And let's see, not a lot more to say. I don't know if Mary wants to work forever, but she certainly doesn't seem to show any signs of retirement anytime soon. And Dana Carl as well has been with us for just a super long time. When I go to training, people stop me and ask, is Dana Carl your court administrator? And I say, yes. And we just love her. So she has a good reputation in the community and it's very well earned. We had fun this year with our, for Halloween, but with the Pirates group, but we had fun doing that.
But the city secretary's office won the contest.
They did. We did not win. Yes, that was fun. I think I concurred with that one, but we did have a good time dressing up, and Mary on the right does like those reenactment weekend kind of things. So she really had us all going. So, just a reminder, everybody's a sworn position as y'all took your oaths, the oath, but they all have to take that oath and to stay competent and impartial. And just to, they have concentrated contact with the public. It's brief, but they have to give a lot of information without giving legal advice, which is a challenge for them, of course, because they get asked legal questions and they would like to help. And they are very helpful, I think, out there. A nice new thing that we have coming in out there, we're just testing it, is you can sign your paperwork electronically after you provide ID if you're a defendant, so that you're not just printing and signing and printing and signing and rescanning and then handing out. And we're going to save some money and time there. And I think that really will help. And then they are also collecting and processing fines and fees. Let's see, we also have the prosecutor who's answers to the city attorney, and he's like a DA. And he screens and approves cases and then tries the cases. He's working out very well. He's just been a good asset and easy to work with. If we have concerns or needs that he needs to address, we're not having any difficulty getting our needs addressed there. And then our bailiff, who's answering to the chief of police and the manager's office, and he's actually like a sheriff in the courtroom, but he does teen court with us. And we have a warrant maintenance event coming up here pretty soon, and he works that with us, helping coordinate all the departments that are involved with that. Pause for any questions about who's who. I just want to highlight some fun things that happened besides the fact that we did get him to put a pirate eye on. This was a really fun story here on the right. We had a young man come in and he had been driving without a driver's license. And when I started asking him, like, you know, I'd really like you to be legal driving and you're 22. He doesn't look 22, but anyway, he's 22. He's driving and, you know, what's it going to take to get that to happen? Maybe we could do a dismissal on the case if you can do it fast enough. We have a way that we do that. And he had just gotten a job, so that's really helpful. He was very excited about that job. And he said, but I need to get, I think I can get it in a month. So I said, well, come back in a month. He came back in a month and he said, I didn't pass the test. Why not? He said, well, I need eyeglasses. And I'm not going to have money to do that until my benefits kick in at the job. And I was able to hook him up to the Lions Club and they got him glasses. So we could speed that up because we really don't have a big window to get that done. And in the meantime, I know he's driving to work, sure of it, you know. I mean, I'm not outright knowing that, but you know, he's trying to have money for family and he's just become a dad. And so now he's got to pay those bills. On his way out, when we finally got him all hooked up with the dismissal and everything else, he started talking to Officer Parker, who did happen to blink when I took this picture. And he doesn't actually, you know, keep his eyes closed. But they had a really great conversation because this guy stuck with the plan. And a lot of people, when I start trying to do this improvement with them, they drop off. They miss their court date. They don't come back, whatever. This kid was on it, you know, and Officer Parker got to talking with him and just finally said, listen, think about joining our police department. And he got interested and he was just a great guy and it was neat to meet him. And, you know, that's not always the case. So, you know, what our local courts do, nothing's really changed here, although animal protection has certainly stepped up. And now we have nuisance abatements that we can do, and we are starting to do those. Code will bring in, you know, a warrant for that, and they're able to then go and clear and clean. And sometimes that's helpful. We're getting a little bit of, we're working on how to identify or better identify folks who just stack up cases but can't fix the problem. We do have a reporting system back and forth, but there are folks that probably still need a formal way to figure that out. So that's probably an area we're going to be working a little bit more on. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a moment. There's two ways that we'll be going about that. But probably the biggest overall thing is the traffic citations. That's what municipal courts generally do as a large bulk, okay? And one thing I want to say is that we do a lot to try to educate the public as we proceed with them. It's really important to me that our court is doing our part to make sure that we're educating folks, not only about safety, but about the court and how the court works and what their rights are and how it impacts them. And just to our credit, I want to blow the horn a little bit. We just won a Traffic Safety Initiative Award. It's a statewide award, and we'll be receiving that award next week at a conference. So It's our first award, so we're excited about it. And we never entered before. So we did win in the newcomers division, so we'll probably have to up our game next year if we're gonna get those kinds of accolades again. But I'm proud of them, you know, for all of that. You really have to prove that you are doing a lot of public outreach in order to win those kinds of things. Here's another example of just, you know, I took one slide off because it was a little too harsh, but you can see this horse is starving. And we picked this horse up. I hadn't really had a lot of, you would think there would be more, but I haven't had a lot of horses that we've had to outright pick up. And he was really in bad shape, and we did pick him up and had a hearing. This is a cruelly treated animal case. Again, like I said, I just want to say earlier when I was listening to the presentation from TD about the animal services, you know, sometimes I will look at these warrants and there's a lot going on in our city that we don't see. And this was not one of them, but I'll look and I'll say, you know, your first contact was like several months ago. What's happening? And, you know, it's just trying to work those files and keep them moving, as they are constantly on the go, and they all have my home number just because they need to have it. Here's another, the same horse. And this was just particularly challenging for them, I think, because finding a place that could rehab this animal was a difficulty. You can't just put him in a kennel.
You know, that horse is in our.
Sorry?
That horse is in our city newsletter.
Yes, yes. That horse became this horse. This horse, I learned in a presentation that I was doing a month ago, was adopted by one of our employees, and this horse just graduated from school for bridle training, and it's doing super well.
What's his name? Do you remember?
I do not.
Can't remember either.
I don't think I know the name.
It was something that it was Lindsay.
Lindsay.
Communications
Mhm.
adopted. And it's something to do with like Bernard, like
Yeah.
Mr. B, or something. It was
Bird.
something
Oh.
about school.
You know, she must have it real hard too, because she also adopted a cruelly treated dog a few years back. And that dog is actually like part of our, it's like the emoji dog that we have at animal shelter. It's a little corgi dog. And so she has.
We did the ribbon for the.
That's right.
Yes, that's right. That's it. That's her dog. So that was the dog that we picked up. It's nice to remember why we do the things that we do. So we have daily court and trials and those hearings, teen court, and also we have a new process that came through the legislature last session that went into effect in January, and these are called pretrial diversions, and they are for teens. And we've implemented that as well. And it's a lot like teen court. It's just another layer of just trying to address things that, not traffic in that case, though. You can't do pretrial diversions with traffic, but just where young people appear to be getting off track and just trying to take those juvenile case managers who are now being kept more busy than they used to be, and having them really get involved. Mhm. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you looked like you were about to say something. And then the animals and abuse cases. And then the next thing that we're going to go with is we're starting kind of a community court program. And this is not strictly speaking homeless court, but this has just been a process. I think I've got a slide too. So yeah, so if what's happening is, and I think we have a pointer here, well, at the top, so this is a homeless person, right? And they've received a citation. And if they come in on their court date, great, we can communicate with them and work with them. Chances are probably less than 50-50 that that's going to happen. And so now what happens if people are falling through the cracks? And what I told we are required to then send a summons to the address that we have on file, which means we're either peppering the police department with a bunch of, because we're allowed to send something there. Or Feed My Sheep allows us to send things there, but if they can't match it to a person necessarily, if there's no box, if the person doesn't check in, I mean, they don't keep it forever, right? So what do you do? And that slide is off center. I apologize for that. What we're gonna start doing is just going down to Feed My Sheep. I'm actually not gonna go. I'm gonna be there on the screen because the security issue. It's a long-winded problem, but anyway, I'll be there virtually, but the prosecutor is gonna go and so will one of our staff members. And we also have access to the, this is through, I started talking, what happened is in conversation about this gentleman who was very sweet and he had a trial. And he did not win that trial, but he was sleeping in the park. And when I started talking to him about what led to that situation, I don't want to tell his whole story, but what I want to tell you is that I was able to connect him to her. And he just graduated from their program and he is housed now. And really, he's a really big success story. Everybody really liked him. But in talking to Housing and Community Development, Nancy Glover, I started finding out that sometimes when we back up and we go through our process here, if the person doesn't come in, a hold is eventually placed on their ability to get their license. And what I learned is without that ID, they can't get housing for them. So now we're in a loop, right? So we're just going to look for ways to interrupt that loop. And we've been given access to, and I'm blanking on the name of it, Charity Tracker. That's a program she's using. And now we can see who's going in to that system of getting food and getting housing and maybe when they're going to be back. And we've isolated a time when more people are likely to be there than not. And so we'll be looking initially to clear cases. I initially thought, well, but we have a safe harbor court and we don't arrest people if they come in and they're sincere about resolving the matter. But they are afraid to come in too. And there is that. So hopefully we can get a whole nother layer of people and clear their cases. Feed My Sheep is a place where they can do their community service. It's not the only place. They do lots of service with the city. I know the golf group sometimes has our folks over there. So we're just looking at increasing those partnerships because we partner, with the Teen Court, we partner with both the high schools, the TISD and BISD, and we partner with code compliance, and we partner with obviously the fire department and the police department, but not just for the tickets, for the education pieces that we do with the teens. We had fire coming in and we had police coming in. So this is just another way to try to increase those successes in our community. Here's this year's Teen Court group. It's a little smaller. We had a changeover in the teacher up there, and this one is not as heavy on recruiting, but they are a good group, and only a few of them are graduating, so we'll continue to work with them. And let's see, we do have increased filings. The only budget, there's 2 budget increases. Two items are for our subscriptions. I guess those went up and the training on those. And then also process serving for code enforcement has stepped up quite a bit because there's a way that we have to serve process for businesses. And that's just an increase, the cost of doing business. So nothing really new in that way. We appreciate the laptop, now the remote laptop and the scanner and printer, because when we're at the schools now, we can just print everything we need there and we can scan them right in and they don't have to go back in the next day and redo everything, essentially. And update on the substitute judges. I now have a couple of applications that I really am excited about. So I think we're going to finally have some traction there. And I expect to bring that to y'all soon. And the legislative session, probably a lot's already been said. I did, so I'm chairing the legislative committee for my organization, but only on judge issues. And the one big thing that we're going for is, the confidentiality that judges have as to our private addresses and phone numbers. We're trying to get that extended to court staff. You would think that's simple, but it did get vetoed last time. However, the governor did not say we should not bring it again. And he did not say he would. We don't think he will veto it again. We think that it'll go on through. There was a different reason why that might have happened. Our issue with the tax dollars I am watching that legislation. It has made it through the Senate, tax dollars for lobbyists. More than 80% of the people that appeared at that committee hearing were protesting, and they were the smaller towns and cities. But it went on through. It passed through the Senate, and it's in committee now. It's in the State Affairs Committee. The House Bill 3257. It moved over to State Affairs. It got assigned, I think, yesterday or this morning. Those are concerning things. And then probably the only other big thing is that the Attorney General said that he would ask for another session if bail bond reform doesn't go on through, and also with the school voucher bill. And the bail bond bill wouldn't really affect us now that we're court of record. Some of the smaller towns, I think they'll be deeply affected with many of the changes that they're looking at. So we are watching those things and seeing, probably the other big one is they have filed a bill, but it's not moving right now. I think they filed like 9,000 bills, but I think it's record that they set. But the only other one is there's a bill right now that doesn't have traction just yet, and it wouldn't allow us to do the hold on the license, which from the perspective of the problem I was talking about earlier, maybe that solves that. But we do a lot of passive enforcement, and that's one of our biggest tools, because when people who truly have just blown off court, not for reasons that are like unhousing but just really truly blowing off their cases, that's one of our most effective tools. So I think we're really looking at fighting that. The organization, the judges and the clerks organizations are probably going to be pushing back hard on that. So that's my little corner update of that stuff.
Good. Thank you for that.
Okay. Anything that I can answer questions about?
Really heartwarming to hear your stories about how you help those folks that come to you for, and you really go above and beyond. And it has to catch them by surprise. I'm sure they feel like they walk into plenty of brick walls, but
sure.
Have open arms.
Thank you. It's everybody's court, not everybody's gonna commit a murder, but almost anyone could be accused of a traffic offense, right? So anyone can wind up in our court, and it's important to remember that when we go about our daily business.
You've seen all three of my kids there.
And they were very respectful.
Very good.
Thank
you, Judge.
Feel free to come on down and.
All right, so we Myron, do you have anything? Okay. Well, again, sort of like we started yesterday with staff and everyone here, I appreciate the time and effort put into this. I know that it's not easy. I know we're at just the beginning. I know we'll talk about the budget a lot more, but it's good to get an understanding of where we're going and the things that we've got going on. So I'm excited for the continued process. So thank you all for your time. We appreciate your effort very much. Council, thank you for setting your time aside too. And it is I'm watching the minute hand now. It is 2:35 and we are adjourned. Thank you.